you know who their opening bowlers are. When we're ready. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to round 4 of the International Masters Cricket World Cup in Cape Town, South Africa. Today, we are at the very pleasant Rondebosch Cricket Club, nestled in and surrounded by residential properties, but with beautiful views of Table Mountain. It's 27 degrees, so it's hot. We've got a 10:30 start. A little bit of a delay due to some water on the wicket, would you believe it? But there was a big festival here yesterday, so groundsman's just erring on the side of caution. Both teams have everything to play for in this fixture to reach the semi-finals. So prepare yourself for an intense competition between Australia and England. Match officials today are Aslam Regal from South Africa and Ivan de Jong, also from South Africa. Both are umpire in the Cape Town local leagues. Scorers are Alan Jones from Wembley Cricket Club in England, and we have Calthap, who's next to me, scoring for Pitch Vision with the technical team. So we're grateful to Pitch Vision for all the live streaming, and they are a prime sponsor. Bob Baxter will join me on commentary. I'm your commentator, Anthony Wood from England. And as you've probably seen on the screen, Australia have won the toss and elected to field first. Let's give a shout out for a few viewers that have already texted in. Certainly the Spirit of Cricket with Anthony Telfer and all your followers. Cricketers Club of New South Wales. We've got a few names that have dropped text to us. Steve Kish, Bruce Pendlebury, Rob Bevilacqua from the Melbourne area, and in Sydney, New South Wales, Greg Brooks, Tom Robertson, Ken Yardy, and Adrian Hawkes. Hope you're well. Finally, a big mention out to Bill Blair, who's with the Australian over-60s in Chennai, India. Just gave him a shout, and also to my former clubmates in Australia at Mossman Cricket Club in Sydney. Hope you're well. Obviously, I won't forget the English as well. We'll come on to that. Let's just run through the sides if we can. For England, Ben France, Chris Hewison, Nick Compton, Darren Stevens, who is captaining today, Gary Park, Justin Bishop, Sean Park, Ben Fraser, Steve Naylor, Mohammed Akhtar, George Brooksbank, and Johnny Whiteman. In this format, the teams can play 12 players. There are only 11 that bat, and 1 is the nominated non-batter. The unfortunate ones today for England, Chris Swallow, the captain, has a slight injury strain on his side, so they'll be missing him today. But a fantastic replacement in Darren Stevens is captaining the side in his absence. The others to miss out, unfortunately, are Simon Birtwistle, Sean Rashid, and Damien Westwood. For the Australians, their side is in batting order: Cos Beadle, Jeffrey Hemming, Gregory Hunt, Justin Paul the captain, Richard Wilde, Luke Jackson, Danny Batra, Stephen Baker, who's the wicketkeeper, Ryan Snape, James Pinelli, Scott Jarvis, and Andrew Downton. So the umpires are out. Looks like we're getting set. Australian team coming to the field now. Had a rousing rendition of the national anthems, and you may have seen the Australians facing us singing in full gusto. Just while they get set up, let's give you a little roundup of some of the results from yesterday's fixtures. In round 3, Canada scored 187 for 9, and they lost to Australia, who scored 188 for 3. So that's 3 out of 3 for the Australian side. Namibia, 164 all out, who lost to England by 8 wickets, 165 for 2. And the USA, 288 for 8, who lost to Zimbabwe, who were 291 for 7. So the two batsmen for England coming out are Ben France with number 1 on his back, and Chris Hewison from South Northumberland Cricket Club, number 28 on his back. Looks as though he's going to be facing the first over. In Group B, we had India, 213 for 8, and they won against Wales, 182 for 9. South Africa, 263 for 6, who won against the UAE, who are 107 all out. And New Zealand, 294 for 9, who had a very big win against Sri Lanka, 229 all out. So we're just getting ready for play to start. Downton to open the bowling for Australia, left arm. Medium pace, just give you a little setting of the field. Got 2 slips and a keeper. Gully, so a little traditional setup there. Just backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a fine leg and third man. I'll be joined by Bob Baxter later on. We've got a great view here. As you can see, we're right up on the scaffolding above the sight screen, so certainly not able to move too much. Wonderful tournament this, 45 overs per side, just so you know, and there are 6 teams in each group. There's Group A and Group B. Downton's ready. First ball of this first, and I'll call it Ashes fixture. Just outside the off. Pitch is dry, but it may get better later on. We'll see. The sun's very hot today, so it's certainly going to burn off any moisture in the wicket early on. Smallish ground at Rondebosch, so be interesting to see England's tactics to defend. Just comes into Downton there. Little prod there from Hewison, just keeping that out. Little bit of in-swing there. As you can imagine, everyone's pumped in the field. The Australians, lots of chat amongst the players, as we call it. The choir is in full unison. Just on the leg side, that looks like that'll be a first run for England, so it's a leg bye. So England off the mark, off the third ball. The format for this World Cup series is that we have 3 power plays. The first power play is between 0 and 15 overs, and you're allowed 3 fielders outside the 30-yard ring. The second power play is between 15 to 30 overs, and then you're allowed 4 fielders outside the ring. And the final power play, 30 to 45 overs, you're allowed 5 fielders outside the ring. Drinks breaks will be taken after 15 and 30 overs, so all the guys need to take on board fluids. It's going to get up to about 35 degrees today, it's predicted, so it's going to be a hot one. Ben France just getting set there, number 1 on his back. And that's nicely left. Good pace there from Downton. It's coming through nicely to the keeper. With those 2 slips in position, he's obviously looking to bowl full and get a nick off. It's nice and full, well fielded. Extra cover or short extra. So that's the end of the over. So after the first over, Australia have restricted England to only the 1 run. In terms of these teams, both have had 3 out of 3 wins. And they also, both of those sides, have 3 wins out of 3 and 6 points. So both of these teams are going to drop up some points in each group. James Pinelli is the bowler from the far end. Right arm medium pace. He's coming into Chris Hewison. It's just got an inside edge there. So a little bit lucky there for Hewison. You probably saw the cry of, oh, chorused around the outfield. Aussie's really pumped for this. It's the first time these two sides have ever played against each other at over-40s cricket. And that's edged through. There's a man down there, so just be the single. So early intentions there from Pinelli, pitching the ball up to Hewison, who does like to drive the ball. So it will be interesting to see the battle between these two. Ben French, the left-hander. He's had a couple of games missed through a little niggle on his, I think it was hamstring, in the first 2 games. He played yesterday, played very well for a 30-odd. And looks a very solid character. Used to play cricket for, I think it was Derbyshire, as a professional. And I think he's now at Hatherset and Tye Valley in the Norfolk Premier League, so he's the director of coaching. All the England players play a very, well, top quality standard of cricket at home in their respective Premier Leagues. Just on the leg stump. No run there, nicely in. That was Gregory Hunt there, who's at the mid-wicket region. We'll sort of get to know where the players are. I'm not familiar or overly familiar with all the Australian players. That's nicely bowled. Just beats the outside edge there. Looked pretty straight, just playing down the wrong line there from France. As I said, smallish ground here, houses around the perimeter, so there is a bit of echo from the fielder play. That's nice and straight, well bowled into the mid-wicket region for no run. So that's the end of the over. 2 for no wicket, off 2 overs. So good start from Australia, tight, not a lot of bounce. Looks as though it's a little slow onto the bat. It's going to be Downton to continue. It's played off the front foot by Hewison there. You see he's got to come forward. That's well played. Good bowling by Downton. Good line and length there. You can hear the shouts there. Keep him there. That's certainly a good length to bowl. Just waiting for a little bit of movement to come away from the sight screen, the person there. That's driven there for no run. So not quite timed there by Hewison. Just sounded like it was a little bit more bottom of the bat there. A beautiful clubhouse here, the Terry Eckstein Oval, and behind is a wonderful view. We'll try and get that on camera for you later on, of table mounting. That's got a little bit more bounce and good carry there, so a little hesitancy there from Hewison, back or forward. He's got a smile on his face there, Downton. Knows that was a good ball. That's a little wild there from Hewison. Kept low that one, so certainly in different bounce here. As you can see, there's people walking round the boundary, doing a lap. It's lovely to see, and you'll certainly be seeing, I'm sure, all the Australian players that are not in the team today, supporting their team with drinks at regular intervals. A little slower that ball, just leant into it there, Hewison, for no run, so a maiden there from Downton. The score is still 2 for no wicket off 3 overs, and Pinelli's to resume from the far end. A few little camera technical issues here at the moment. We're high up on the scaffolding, great view of the ground and the surrounding areas. We'll try and show you some of the shots later. Oh, that's a lovely breeze that's just coming across now. In England, I think, as you'll be surprised to hear, it's been very wet and they've had a lot of rain, but here it's going to get to 35 degrees. In comes Pinelli, right arm, just off the back foot, no run. The inner ring's looking pretty strong here from Australia. There's definitely a plan here to keep it really tight. There's no singles. Players are just in from the 30-yard markers, so they're stopping all those singles. Just comes into the left-handed France. So a little bit of movement there. Very watchful though, Ben France there. Oh, it's quite high, that one. Looks as though that was going over the top from where we're seated. A little bit of a shout there from Pinelli. So it's I think it's Stephen Baker, who's the wicket-keeper for Australia. That's just big shout there for an LBW, and he's given out. So Australia take their first wicket. Ben France, who's out for nothing after 10 balls. So Australia make an impact straight away. That did nip back. It was right at the top of the roll of the pads, but that's the first wicket for Australia. So England, they need a little bit of a rescue act here. So we have a change in the order here. I think it's Ben Fraser who's coming into bat. Scored a brilliant 71 yesterday against Namibia. He actually opened the innings for England yesterday. A bit of a pinch hitter. So maybe there's a strategy from England here to unsettle the Australian bowlers. He's a right-handed batsman, plays his cricket at Hampstead in the Middlesex Premier League, and he's also, I understand, moving back to Harbenden Cricket Club for the forthcoming season. So good wicket from Pinelli there. 1 for 1 off 1.4 so far, so tight bowling as well. Same field. Gully's come in a little bit. Little inside edge, but strong sort of cover shot there. Good intent from Fraser. Likes to start brightly. You can see the fielders have come in because there's not a lot of pace in the wicket. So catching wise, they don't want to be too far back. A bit shorter, no run there. Quickly in mid-on, so good urgency from the Australian fielders there. Putting the English batsman under the pump there. That's the end of the over. So England 2 for 1 or 4. Same field for Downton, no change, 2 slips and a gully, just come up a little bit more. That's pulled nicely, that'll be the first 4 for England, so Chris Hewson, belligerent mood there, pulls that shorter ball, just watched that beautifully and pulled that over the mid-wicket region. Much needed from England just to settle the nerves. There's only 2 Australian fielders outside the ring. It's a little wider. Not interested in that, Hewson. Just trying to get a measure of the wicket. If there's any sides interested in coming out to South Africa to play cricket, they will welcome you with open arms. They love their cricket here and love having touring sides as well. And that's well left by Hewson. Nice carry through to the keeper there, Baker. I'm sure that the IMC chairman, Sterling Hamann, will be watching this game closely. And that's just cut again. Not a lot of bounce there. Straight to the fielder, just backward square. And the IMC committee will be no doubt talking about where the next World Cup is going to be after South Africa. Normally held every 2 years. There was talk of it being held, I think, in England. But that's probably just hearsay. Little mopping of the brow by Downton. He's working up his sweat there with his left arm over. And that's uppish, just over the inner ring. Should be just a single. Yeah, no, it could be 2 actually. That's well run. Well run by the England pair there. So 2 to Hewson. Takes him on to 7 of 16 balls. I would have thought a par score for today, looking at the track and the size of the outfield, would be certainly 250. That's driven nicely. That's going to go for 4. So Hewison taking the initiative here. A little bit fuller there from Downton. Just wrestles the initiative away from Downton there. So it takes the score up to 12 or 5. The Over-50s World Cup was an absolute success here. And I call him Sir Roger Moult. He is to all the vet cricketers for the amount of work that he's done in organising both this World Cup and the Over-50s World Cup, which was held in Cape Town in March 2023. And England played here against Pakistan, and I think they scored about 230, which wasn't enough. Pakistan overhauled that, so I'm sort of working on the basis similar sort of stats will be appropriate for England. Still Pinelli to continue. Now Baker's standing up to the stumps there. That's a good move, I think, taking the initiative there, just keeping Fraser in his crease. Lovely action he's got, almost sort of Richard Hadley-esque. Good pace as well. Keeps that leading elbow high and drives through the crease. That's wide. Nicely taken by Baker, showing his skills behind the stumps. Smart take there, just took off the bails. It was certainly wide enough and there to play. On the leg side, pushed away, went before. Just the 2 there. So, Fraser's off the mark. He's got number 23 on his shirt. Sometimes I get the 2 confused. Apologies for that. The 28 and 23 look very close from where I'm sitting. Oh, that's just outside the off, and yep. Baker took out the stump as well, just in case, just to be sure. Looks a very tidy keeper, very quick. Good size for a keeper, a bit like Steve Kish, who... Kishy, hope you're well. You'll be watching, no doubt, and giving some advice on the glove work to Sue in Melbourne. Kishy, a fantastic wicket-keeper for the Cricketers Club of New South Wales, who texted in earlier. I think he's actually retired from cricket now at 70. There we are, and that's played nicely into the offside, but no run. So Australia keeping this really tight. Good infielding. That's Greg Hunt at the sort of short extra cover region. It's driven. And that's 4 runs. So that's driven over the infield by Fraser. 4 runs to England. Takes the score on to 14 or 5. Well, that's actually the end of the over. 18 for 1. Sorry, a little bit of a lag on the technical side. So 6 overs gone. 18 for 1. Fraser's on 6 and Hewison's on 11. We hope you're enjoying the coverage from Pitch Vision. Pitch Vision do actually streaming all the World Cup fixtures, and they've got, I think it's 6 teams today. Probably there's 4 technical staff per fixture. So well done Pitch Vision, and they've really upped their game from the Over-50s World Cup, where we had a static camera at the top of the sight screen. Now we've got roaming cameras, and some of them have got side-on cameras, so certainly taking streaming to another level. That's nicely left. Still a good line and length from Downton. With a name like Downton, it's obviously very English actually, with the Downton Abbey, the series. Is he going to be the lord of this manor? Fit Fuller and played on the... And it's a great catch! So Hewson's put that to mid-wicket, who dived to his left. And that was James Pinelli who took the catch. Can we keep him out of the action, Pinelli and Downton? Drinks coming on for the players, so England lose their second wicket for 18. Only the 6th over. Now we're going to see Nick Compton with number 6 on his back coming to the wicket. As you know, Nick played Test cricket for England and played professional cricket for 20 years with Middlesex and Somerset. Great pedigree of a cricketer there. Let's see what he can do for England. He's with Fraser, so they need to rebuild this partnership. Big test this is for England's batting. Let's see how they respond. Drinks are going off. You can probably hear the Australian fielders getting all their players pumped up. Batsman's ready. That's nicely played off the back foot by Compton. A little bit more bounce there. So Downton certainly putting a bit more back in that one. Well covered though by Compton off the back foot. Full face of the bat there from Compton. No rush here for England. Just got to build an innings, these two. Nicely driven by Compton, so he's off the mark. Just be the single. No, they're running two, so it's good running from Compton and Fraser. So 2 runs there. Compton's very quick between the wickets. So that's the end of the over. For 2 off 7. Pinelli to continue from the far end. He's bowled his, 3 overs so far, 1 for 7. That was a great catch that he took in the mid-wicket region. He really enjoyed that, as did, of course, Downton. Paul just changing a few field placings here. 3rd man. Looks as though they've pushed one out to the deep square. Maybe just 5 in from the boundary. Fairly orthodox otherwise. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover, point, and just the one slip, which is Cosbeadle. Got a deep extra cover as well. That's over the infield. That's certainly not going to get caught, I don't think, by the fielder. So that's 4 runs to Fraser. There's certainly runs there on offer on that leg side in that gap. So he's obviously targeting that. Actually quite a big field over that side, going down towards the main scoreboard. That's gone through the offside again. Maybe 2 there. Fielder's coming round. No, they look as though they're just going to take 1. That was a good throw. A little low there to the keeper, Baker. But good pace on it, so it certainly saves 2 runs. It's nicely played there by Compton. Full face of the old batmaker there to Pinelli. Two steps down the track, and he's punched that over the leg side infield. So good use of the feet from Compton there. Takes a score on to 25 or 7.3. See a little intent there from Nick as he was just sort of shadow batting there. I think it's that sort of track where you've got to use your feet. The keeper's coming up now, so it's obviously looking to prevent use of the feet from the batsman. There's a big shout and he's out. Stump behind. So the plan worked for Pinelli and Baker there. So England lose their 3rd wicket. That's Compton, who's been stumped off the bowling of Pinelli for 27, the England score. So that's a big wicket for Australia. They'll be absolutely pumped for that one, which should bring Darren Stevens to the wicket for England as the next batsman. Drinks being brought on for Ben Fraser, the England batsman there, and obviously for the Australian fielders. It is indeed Darren Stevens who is the next batsman in. Darren's a right-handed batsman, former English professional cricketer who played for Leicestershire and Kent. Everyone who plays or watches cricket will know Darren. An all-rounder he is. Scored over 16,000 first-class runs, and from the age of 35 took more than 500 wickets. So big things hoped from him, both with bat and ball, but long way to go before then. So let's have a quick look at the field. So still got the 1 slip, maybe thinking about putting the 2nd in. No, just moving the man to square leg or into the mid-wicket region. Got a 3rd man point just behind on the ring. Short extra cover, deep extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square. Let's just dab down to the gully region. So that's the end of the over. So England 27 for 3 at the end of the 8th over. Looks as though we're going to have a change of bowling here. And it's Richard Wilde who I think when I was we were at the opening ceremony, I think I was talking to Richard's father actually. I think, and I could be wrong, he'll probably hate me for saying this, I think he's English born, but now lives in Australia, and clearly his dad has split loyalties here, but he'll be wishing his son the best. So we're going to see some spin bowling here. Field's being set. Looks as though we've got a deep square. Long on, long off. Those are the three players outside the ring. We've got a mid-off, extra cover and point, and one just behind, not on the 45, but just behind square. And we've got one in the mid-wicket region, which is Pinelli. You can probably just see there in your screen, or to the right. There he is. He's in shot now. That's first runs off Wild's bowling. Just goes down through the slip region for 2 runs. That came back a little bit. So he'll be very happy to see that. A little bit of turn there, coming back very early on in the England innings. Good use of the feet there by Fraser. That's quite wide, that one, but taken by Baker. Little field change in there, just pushing the slip out, just behind, just to stop that little dab down. There's no third man down there. Oh, that came back quite a long way. You probably saw that. So you've got to be watchful here, Fraser. It's not drivable length. Got to go back, but be very watchful. Oh, that's nicely dabbed down. That's very well played. Should be another run there, 2 runs. That takes a score under 31 for 3 off the 9th over. So, a little bit of scoreboard pressure there on the Australians, but they've got 3 wickets, so certainly the upper hand is with Australia at the moment. Pinelli's continuing. He's into this will be his 5th over. We've tended to find that if throughout these games, just because of the heat and maybe a little bit of the age, 5-6 overs tends to be the spell, but equally some bowlers, if they've got good rhythm, they're bowling all 9, so bowlers can bowl a maximum of 9. And that's just taken the outside edge, but not nicked it, so a little bit of movement there. Stevens got to be watchful of that, which he will, no doubt. Good crowd in here today watching. A lot of Australian supporters. Oh, and that's moved again, and that's edged. So Stevens has gone, caught by the wicket-keeper Baker, off the bowling of Pinelli, and that looked a really good ball. I don't think there was anything that Stevens could do about that. Took the edge, and so that's the big wicket of Darren Stevens for Australia. So England now 4 down, 31. And only 9.2 overs gone, so massive rescue act required from England here. Fraser's still there on 15 off 16 balls, but an absolute dream start for Australians. New batsman coming in is Gary Park. So drinks being taken off. Gary plays his cricket at Alveston and Bolton Cricket Club. Let's have a quick look at the wicket. So in all respects, that looks to have been a great toss for the Australians to win. They elected to field first, which was obviously a good call based on where the game is at the present time. Nicely fielded that. Quickly in from the ring there. Ball just goes round the outfield. Oh, again, Park a little unsure about that one. Went past the outside edge, played a shot. No let up from Australia here. Big shout for LBW from Cosbeadle. It slipped, but bowler wasn't interested, and neither was the umpire. Looks as though Baker's going to stand up to the stumps now. That's well bowled from Pinelli. So that's the end of his over. Great Friggers, 3 for 14 off his 5 overs. So he's been the backbone of the Australian bowling. Bowled a really good line and length. And just nipping that one away to get Stevens out, caught behind. So big wicket for him. And a great catch from him at mid-wicket. So we can't keep him out of the game at the moment. Wild is to continue. Just went past the outside edge there, but Fraser was showing what he was looking to do there. Good take by Baker as well. Looks very tidy behind the stumps. It's always taking those bails off just to make sure. That's well played. And well bowled as well. That's good bowling from Wild. Beautiful line there on the off stump. So it's got to be played by the bat. And again, very good line and length. Little variation in pace, but pretty much spot on every ball here. So good bowling by Australia. A little wider to that. wasn't really there to play a shot. Really where England are at the moment, 31 for 4. And that's hit crisply through the offside. So that's 4 runs to Fraser. Welcome relief there for England, 35 for 4 now. Last ball of that over. So while just letting that one just drop and came up with quite a bit of bounce, but Fraser was straight onto it. 4 runs. 11 overs gone so far. 4 overs till the end of the first power play. And drinks. Gary Park is the batsman facing. That's good bowling from Pinelli again. Great line and length. Just covered that Park. Certainly a wicket which is you've got to be very watchful on. I would imagine it will be exactly the same for the Australian batters. And that's nicely hit off the back foot there. It's going to be 4 runs. So that's 4 more to England. Gary Park opens his account with a 4 through the point region. 39 for 4. Just waiting for the bad ball there. It's well played, no run. It's Ryan Snape there at mid-off. Just mopping up there. It's very well bowled by Pinelli. Passes the outside edge. Looks as though he's just nibbling it off that seam enough to go past the edge or take it on occasion. And that's wide, and that's got the same treatment again from Park. So that's a great shot. The second 4 of the over for Gary Park. Just waiting for the bad ball. That's nicely driven through the point region. There is a player out there, but he couldn't get to it. It's Jeffrey Hemming who's out at deep extra. He's probably only got about 10 yards to go, but that was hit with some ferocity by Park. It's a nice take by Baker, and again just outside the edge of the bat, but looks as though Park was just taking the bat away from that one. So that's the end of the over. 43 for 4, England. Australia clearly on top here. Got some nice wildlife local to where we are. We've got birds coming up on top of the sight screen and sitting there. Some have got worms in their beaks and all sorts of other things. Wild to continue. You probably heard the tweeting there, some local birds. Beautiful, lovely black colour. That's thrown up, and that's going to be 2 runs at least there. Fraser's just pushed that through the, and it's gone for 4. So that's rolled away down to the spectators down at the third man region. There's no one down there, so long chase there. That's Cosbeadle, I think. So 4 more to the total. Takes the score up to 47. So England getting closer to that milestone of 50. A little bit of turn, a little slow turn, a little bit shorter that. Swept, and that's going to be 4 runs. So swept off middle stump. Fraser moves on to 27 now of 25 balls. So pushing the score along, and that's England's 50. So 51 for 4. There's a big shout, and he's out. Stump behind. And dab down, no run there. Call back by Park, who is a quick runner, and if he can't get a single there, that's a very good call. Oh, it's gone past the outside edge. Just leapt up off the back foot. He was trying to play that shot through the extra cover region. And again, it's a little bit of, well, that I was going to say it's popping off the surface there. So the spin bowlers will be delighted to see that, but maybe Australia won't from a batting perspective. So that's the end of the over. 51 for 4 off 13. Still think England have got to get a total in excess of 200 here. They've got plenty of bowling, England have, and they bat all the way down. So Australia are going to have to work for all these English wickets. Getting set. Australian team coming to the field now. Had a rousing rendition of the national anthems, and you may have seen the Australians facing us singing in full gusto. Getting set. Just getting rid of something on the field of play there. Australian team coming. Don't know what it is, whether it's a stud or a stone. It's just covered there by Part. No run. Fielders in quickly there. That's driven nicely. That's going to go for 4. Benelli's continuing in his 7th over, so they're probably going to bowl. It's a great catch. Good rhythm. So Hewson's put that to mid. It's a great catch. Play for a single through the. So Hewson's. A lot of Australian supporters. Oh, and that's moved again, and that's edged. So Stevens has gone, caught by the. Lovely chirping of the birds there, just to break up the silence. That's thrown up, right, and that's played to the offside by Fraser. Just a single. There is a man coming in there. There's Jeff Hemming, who's the fielder out there in the deep. Look, a very fit side, the Australian side. No run there. Fitness is certainly one of the big things of this tournament, like with the Over-40s World Cup, where you've got best part of 7 or 8 games, depending on the competition, in the best part of 2 weeks, which is a big ask. And in this first week, there are 5 games in 8 days. It's nicely covered there by Park. So the physio is being kept in, well, very busy. I'm not sure whether Australia have got a physio with them, but England certainly got TJ, who's a local physio, who's worked with the local sides in Cape Town in terms of even, I think, Cape Cobras. Again, off the back foot there. Just very watchful there, Park. And that's gone overthrow. There's overthrows there. So, well watched by the England team there. That's the sort of thing that England need. They need to capitalise on this and start picking apart the Australian fielding, which has been exemplary, both bowling and fielding and catching in these 14 overs so far. Yeah, fitness is a big part, and we saw that with the Over-40s World Cup. Certainly from the England side that I know about. Sean Cooper was the man in charge of S&C, also playing, but they had about 9 months in the lead up to the World Cup where they were doing lots of training on a weekly basis, comparing notes. He would then take all the stats, and it proved to be invaluable in this heat. Saving twos, threes, that sort of intensity that you bring to the field, just like what the Australians are doing here. Just puts pressure on the batsman, lose wickets, and then scoreboard pressure. So Wild's just adjusting his field, man going out to long off. Nicely covered there by Park, not allowing that to turn. No one in close catching other than the slip, so he can afford to probably lunge forward a little bit, and covered that nicely with a pad. A little bit wide, that one. Thought that might have been a wide then. That's swept. Just a single there. It's nicely fielded there. It's just behind square. That's what I was talking about, that intensity in the fielding. Quick throw in. Keeper there. Keeping everything positive in the field. Lovely sweep there by Gary Park. Took that outside off stump. There is a gap there, because deep square is now moving more to deep mid wicket. That's played nicely on the offside. It should be just a single, just behind square. Sorry, behind point. Apologies. So another single to Fraser there. Takes him on to 29 off 30. And Park's 11 off 18. Swept again, and the man's got to come round. Yes, he does that with a sliding stop, but it's going to be 2 runs to Park. So he's looking at the gaps, looking at the field. That's very good cricket from Gary Park there. And good running, smart running by England. And I thought that there might be, because he's pushing forward, the man's coming in at the short extra. There we are. That's good bowling by Wild. Finishes the over there. 0 for 20 off his 4. And we're going to have a first drinks break, so we'll have a little break here on comms. 58 for 4 at the moment, England. So trying to rescue it. 15 overs down, and we'll catch up with you in about 5 minutes. So we've had drinks and play is resuming. Fraser's the man facing. That's driven to the offside. That should be just a single. Nicely picked up there at the extra cover region. That looks like Cole Speedle there. Good bowling there from Pinelli. 3 for 26 so far off his 7.2 overs. Bowling a good line and length here. Big shout out there to Mark Bennett from the UK, who's just texted in, said he's hooked on the commentary and just going to brush up on his cricket jargon. Let's play down the onside. No run there. Good call there from Fraser. England need to be very watchful to take the singles when on offer here. They've got to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Put pressure on the Australian infielders there. Don't want to make it too easy for them. There are plenty of singles out there. Just got to work the ball around the infield. And that's just played down, third man region. Should be picked up. So certainly going to be 2 runs. I think that was Downton there at third man region. It was. So he's covering the estate here. Well, very well. That's well bowled by Pinelli. He has not strayed at all. He's been just a mark of consistency and good pace as well. So that's the end of his 8th over. Brings Wild back on, we think. Maybe a change of bowling, just to break things up for Australia. Yeah, looks as though we're going to have a change here. And it's Scott Jarvis who's the man coming on. I think in Australia as well, there's a T20, isn't there, between New Zealand and Australia. I'm not sure what the results are there, but hopefully you're getting some sort of RSI there, switching between this fixture and that. So it's the medium pace of Jarvis. Interesting call this by Australia. I thought the slow bowling was doing a little bit, and maybe with the ball coming on, but obviously skipper for Australia thinks differently. Probably seen the impact that Pinelli's had from the far end, but he's got no slip and a very wideish third man, so let's see how he goes. That's driven through the offside. First ball, there's a man out there, so it'll just be the single. Straight into the gloves, nicely fielded there. Luke Jackson's the man out there at deep extra cover. Or deep point. He's been chirping all day out there, so he's keeping the team motivated. Gary Part to face. First ball from Jarvis. Just push to the offside. No run. That's a shout for LBW, but just going down the leg side. So, umpire unmoved by that. I think the bowler was as well. He wasn't convinced. I'm not sure whether we're able to show you replays, but if we can, the pitch vision team, very technically proficient. Jarvis is just bringing that ball back beautifully. That could be 2 runs. Parks there looking, but no, just a single. Pushed back by Fraser. But good intention from Park there. That's what England need to do. They need to keep the scoreboard ticking over here. There's no pressure to score runs, just got to keep wickets in hand. That one's come back off the inside edge. So good take by Baker. A little bit of pace there from Jarvis and just took off. So good decision from the Australian skipper Poole to bring on a bit more pace off the wickets. Just doing something off a length. Got to exploit that with a slightly harder ball that they're using, a Duke's pink ball. Quick single there, and that's well taken by the English pair. So that's the end of the over, 64 for 4 off 17. So good first 17 overs for Australia. Pinelli's clearly going to go through. He's going to bowl his last over. 3 for 28 so far, so he's bowled very impressively. Again, he's right on the money there. Nicely covered by Fraser, who's on 32. It's got to be very watchful. Every ball, probably just see Pinelli off and see what the new bowler can bring. Just on the leg side there, struck away, no run. Good call that to not take the run there, because I think it's Danny Batra there at mid-on. He's got a good arm on him. And it's out! He's been caught! So Fraser's out, caught at extra cover by Justin Poole, the captain of Australia. So that's the 5th wicket that's gone down for England with the score on 64. And Fraser puts his head up in the air. He knows that he's played a vital innings for England, but that was a great catch. And the Aussies have held their catches really well, and I think good field placing as well. So, and bowling. So Pinelli has now taken 4 for 28 off his 8.3 overs. So fantastic effort from him, which is going to bring Justin Bishop, who plays his cricket at Bury St Edmunds. So all those at Bury St Edmunds willing Justin on, and of course Gary Park. He'll need all your support. It's big innings from Justin Bishop to play here. He'll be coming into view just shortly. Not sure whether you can see him, viewers at home. That was a great knock from Ben Fraser there. Really rescued England, and just what the doctor ordered, but sadly it wasn't to go on and get a 50 in consecutive days. He hit a beautiful 71 yesterday off only 39 balls, pinch hitting at the top of the order when England played Namibia, but much different bowling from Namibia to Australia today. The consistency of Pinelli has been outstanding, and he's looking to secure his place in this Australian side. Not that it was ever in doubt, I'm sure, but obviously as sides work towards the final, they'll be looking to impress their selectors. So the left-handed Bishop. Played straight. It's well covered there by Bishop, very watchful. One ball in the over for Pinelli. That's played out onto the leg side. It could be a run out there at the non-striker's end. Oh, that's just missed. So Bishop's through for a single. And that brings to the end of a very eventful 9 overs from Pinelli, who's taken 4 wickets. We'll give you a little bit of an update on his stats shortly. But he's bowled beautifully, and he's caught well as well. So high fives for big hugs for Pinelli, who's richly deserved that and has certainly been the backbone of the Australian bowling. Outstanding effort from him. However, England certainly not down and out here. We've got plenty of batting. That's gone up in the air and over the inner ring. It's gone over the point region. Should be 2 runs to Bishop. Just being caught at the boundary there. Jarvis to continue to the new bat. It's good. Well played off the legs by Bishop. Should be 2 runs there, 2 easy runs, just being pulled up in front of the rope there. It's played off the hip, no runs. So James Pinelli there, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 29 with an economy rate of 3.22. So good game from him so far. And it's just come into the short extra there, almost at silly point there. A little bit deeper. So at the moment, the England innings so far has been Ben France out for nothing of 11 balls, Chris Hewison 11 of 19 balls, Ben Fraser 32 of 37 balls. It's played off the legs, no single there. Nick Compton 4 of 7 balls, Darren Stevens nothing of 3 balls, and presently Gary Park 16 of 28 balls, and Justin Bishop 5 of 6 balls. So lots of work for the England batters to do here. Oh, that just went past the edge there. And that's the end of the over. So 69 for 5. Australia have got England under the pump here, and it's almost like a stranglehold. They're getting wickets at the right times, just as batsmen are getting themselves settled. Fraser looked good until he was caught well by Justin Poole. England need to rebuild again through Park and Bishop. Just to remind viewers and listeners, this is the International Masters Over-40s World Cup between England and Australia. We're playing all the games in Cape Town, South Africa. There's a mixture of venues. We've been playing at schools. The last 2 fixtures have been played at school grounds, which have been fantastic facilities. A mixture of state or public schools and private schools, and also clubs. Good, Premier League club grounds. This is Rondebosch Cricket Club, who play in the Cape Town Premier League, and we've had Western Province. Two games going on today at Claremont Cricket Club, which is again a top cricket club where Jacques Callis used to play his cricket. Change of bowling here. Ryan Snape is the new bowler, right arm off swing. Yeah, some big names who've played at Claremont Cricket Club, and also you'll find that there's a lot of English counties that come out here as pre-season in March, and they generally use Claremont Cricket Club, who've got two ovals, a higher oval and a lower oval. Apologies about that, I couldn't get the words out. Great cricket wickets. Bishop to face here. It's well bowled by Snape. We've got the man in short there, just in case it pops up. Ooh, that ragged off a length there. The England off spinners will be delighted to see that, but that really went past the bat. They run there, quickly in. It's Luke Jackson there at the sort of shortest, just behind backward point, who's now moving out to halfway between the 30-yard circle and the boundary. And that's swept beautifully. There is a man down there, should pick that up, which he does. So just a single. Good sweep there by Justin Bishop. Took that off a good length. So it's good confidence there from Bishop. England will be hoping that he can continue his good form from the USA game. But there's a lot of work to do on this wicket. Much different wicket at Redham House. Just let that on. That's good cricket from England. Good running from Bishop. Park not needing or looking to force the pace there, just dabbed it down, quick single, takes the score on to 72 for 5 off 20, so getting close to the halfway mark here. 45 overs is the allotted number of overs in the innings. England 5 wickets still in hand. So everyone's going to need to play a full part for England today with the bat, I'm sure, unless these two stay in. A few drinks coming on here. Looks as though Jarvis is going to continue. That's well bowled. Yeah, so if there's any of you over 40s cricketers who are playing grey cricket in Australia or Premier League cricket in England, you want to dust off your boots if you've given up, get back, get fit and represent your country, because this is only going one way, which is vets cricket, and it's on the up. Certainly we look to see a lot more progress in the over 40 category. And that's a nice bowling there. So Park just prodding there. Yeah, it's only going to go one way. Look at the over 50s. There's the over 60s World Cup as well in Chennai in India. That's also being played at the current time. And there's an over 70s World Cup in England this season. That's 2024 season in the English season. So, yep, it's there for you guys to do. A little bit shorter there. Oh, he's got one right in the you-know-whats. That's winded him. And just as looking, we've got to get some ice on that. Yeah, and I'm sure it won't be long before that we will have the Masters cricket having a women's World Cup, which will be fantastic, or I should say Women's World Cup. Obviously there is for the elite cricketers, but hopefully for those that are not playing for the respective countries, there's an opportunity for them as well to showcase their skills in this competition. I'm sure that's not too far off from being organised. It's only a thought of mine, I should say. It's not something that the IMC committee have actually said to me or I've heard, so it's only a thought of mine. The other thing which, whilst we've got Gary being revived by TJ, who's dealing with all the medical requirements for England, was that you're never too old to get into cricket as well, even from a young age. And I was talking and commentating with a local radio presenter, Lauren, who's got her own show in Cape Town. She was commentating on the cricket yesterday at Milnerton High School, where we were playing. And she was telling us the story of Tasmin Burts, who was a javelin thrower for South Africa in the Olympics, and she unfortunately was involved in a very bad car accident which ended her Olympic career and in javelin, and she was in a cricket club. Someone said, we're looking for players to play cricket, and she put up her hand, and now she's playing international cricket, and she's with the South East Stars in England. So there's a lovely tale there that if you've got skills in other sports, think about cricket. There's every opportunity for you. Use your skills. Anyway, Gary Park looks as though he's back on his feet. We hope everything's well with him downstairs. Field's getting set. And it's just bowled wide, well left by Park. I'm not even going to describe how painful that is. Oh, that just goes over the stumps. That was close. So Jarvis bowling with some good pace and a good line here. In fact, both the right arm off spin medium pacers have bowled really well on this wicket. Just nibbling it away and into the batsman. But good line and length and good pace as well. Just played down to the third man region there, so that'll be a single. That's the end of the over now. 73 for 5. Gary Parks on 19 off 36 balls and Justin Bishop 6 off 13 balls. So England need this good work to continue. Long way to go yet. Of course, the English season will be starting up soon when it stops raining. Normally rains heavily in England when the cricket season's about to start, but it's been raining for months, it feels like. In Cape Town, they've had glorious weather. I think we're unfortunately due some rain tomorrow, which is when the International Masters Committee have their beach party, where all teams attend. Snipe. Just driven on the onside. So hopefully that'll blow over, but the weather predictions are pretty reliable here. There are a few days. In fact, there's a golf day as well for the nations to apply to play in, which is on Monday. And England also have a golf day then. I think they're at the lovely De Zelza course in Paarl. Bishop, and he's driven that strong through the onside, so that's a great shot from Bishop. Just thrown up a little bit there by Snape. Mid-on couldn't get round quickly enough, so that's a good shot. Just releases a little bit of pressure there on the England batters. So that moves Bishop on to 10 now. Score is 78 for 5. Well bowled. Nice reply there by Snape. Just gave it a little bit more flight. A little bit quicker that one. Came through. Just looking to dab that down to the third man region where there is no man down there. So it's good thinking by Bishop. It's on the leg side. No run there. Good work by Baker, who actually manages to get the stumps off with a backward dive and throw from his gloves. Sorry, I should say the bails off, not the stumps off. He'll have done well to get the stumps out from that distance. That's well bowled. That's very well bowled. I've been really impressed with the Australian bowling here. It's been very accurate. There's no width being given to the English batters there. That's the end of the over. So 78 for 5 off 22 as we come to the halfway mark. England got a lot of work to do. Oh, again, the inside edge there. A little bit of hesitancy there from Park. Jarvis has got some good gas. He can certainly bend his back. So it's just nipping away and nipping inside. Just batsman in two minds. So now Australia have brought in two close fielders, as you can probably see on the screen, just on the left and right. That's played nicely on the onside by Bishop, who's just rocked onto that. There's 2 runs there. Andrew Downton's the man, fielded that into the keeper. 1 bounce. It's got two slip. Well, one of those slips is now coming out, so that's probably a wise move from Australia. Just the 1 slip in at the moment, 3rd man, and to the left-handed Bishop, just behind point, backward point. Justin Paul just manoeuvring his fielders around. And that's good bowling from Jarvis, just outside the edge of Bishop's bat. Like every good skipper, they want everything inch perfect in where the fielders are placed, and will move them even a yard, left or right, just to get it exactly where they want it. And that's moved off, so that's good bowling from Jarvis. Bishop not equal to this at the moment. One of the other, the 3 qualities that Sterling Hamann, who's the chairman of the IMC, has said is there's fun, family and friendship. I'm not seeing a lot of the friendship in the bowling at the moment from the Australians to the English batsmen. They're bowling very well, very tight, as you would expect. The old enemy for Australia, but played in a very competitive but friendly spirit by the Australians here. That's well covered there by Bishop. That's what he's got to do there, get right behind that ball. That's the end of the over, so very watchful batting from Bishop there, 81 for 5 off 23. So we're still going to continue this, the bowling of Snape. That right arm off spin's proving very effective. That's swept there by Park. There's no man out there. So it's going to be 4 runs to the deep square region. That's 4 more to the total. Takes the score on to 85 for 5. Current run rate at the moment is 3.7. Just played onto the onside, no run. There is a fielder in there. It's good field placing by the Australian skipper here. Well played again by Park. Lovely little tickle there for a single. Richard Wild is the player at slip who was just behind square there on that one. No run there. That's good from the English batters. Just came off Gary Park's bat, so rightly didn't run. That's the sort of spirit of cricket that it's good to see. Played competitively, but in the right spirit. It's driven. Justin Paul's the skipper there, who took that one on the hand. And that's out. There's a man out there, and he's taken the catch just inside the rope. Looks to me as though he may have touched the rope. There was a big appeal by the fielder, but in the spirit of cricket again there, that's a really nice touch from the Australian fielder who knew he touched the rope, and 6 runs. Nicely acknowledged as well by both Park and Bishop, and that's exactly what I was saying about the spirit of cricket. It's played competitively, but Australians playing that with huge amount of respect for the rules, and that was really good to see. Love that from the Australian fielder there. That was Jeff Hemming. Oh, there's a beautiful bird that's just sat right on top of the sight screen in front of us, looking at us. He's sort of got a nice orange colour to his tail. Oh, he's flown away now. I'm just on my own today, so I haven't got anyone to add a little bit of colour to the monotony, perhaps, of my voice, so apologies for that. That's well played by Park. And he's just pulled away there, the batter. Not sure what was going on there. We are right behind the bowler's arm here. But we've not had it. Maybe there's some people crossing the sight screen, or there's a car. Could you just move, please? There's a car just down to our left here. Just asking him to move. Yeah, he was right behind the bowler's arm. That's very kind of him. Get a lot of reflection as well off the mirrors off cars. That's down the leg side. So that'll be a wide, which has been a rarity. Absolute rarity. Maybe the first wide. I'm looking to the Caltha, who's next to me on the scoring. It is, I think. It's the first wide. So that's an amazing effort by the Australian side so far. Keeping the extras down, which is obviously can really mount up if there's not that discipline in the bowling. So score moves on to 93 for 5. That's been nice and straight. Well played by Park. Fielders in quick. That's pulled by. That's a beautiful shot by Park. Rock back, pick that up, beautiful. Over to the leg side, no fielder out there. Showed all his authority with that shot. So that takes him on to 30 or 44, and the score on to 97 for 5. That was a shot of absolute imperious fitness, if that is such a word. Bit fuller there. Well, that's a really nice response from Snape. Gave a fuller ball there. Looking for a single there. No single. That's the end of the over. So after his 4 overs, I don't think he's certainly not taking a wicket at the moment, but he's bowled well. Might be a change of bowling from this end. A lot of the sides, due to the heat and just to try and pick up another wicket, tend to be bowling in shorter spells, 4s and 5 overs, as I said earlier. Jarvis to continue from the far end, who's bowled, well, on my screen it's saying 4.2 overs, but clearly hasn't. Bishop to face. That's just played down into the slip region. Should be 2 runs. They're running. No, it's good fielding there from the Australian fielder, Luke Jackson. Nice little sliding stop there. Throw in one motion. It's interesting, actually. The Australians have very specific field placings. Justin Poole is always there in close. No, couldn't quite get that through to the mid-on, wideish mid-on region. Looking for the single there, or between mid-wicket. Man's just pushed out a little bit further down now. That's Greg Hunt, who's just pushed out probably halfway between the... Looks as though he might be actually going onto the boundary, or 5 in from the boundary. That's well watched by Park. That's what he needs to do. Plenty of time yet for England. Still plenty of overs left in this game. Got to keep those remaining wickets in hand as long as they can. Just used the feet beautifully there, covered that. Good bowling by Snape. This is his 4th over, gone for 21 so far. A little quicker ball, and just played, and that's good running from Bishop. Good calling as well. So the score's on 99 for 5. Crowd getting set. That's played on the onside. Good fielding there. Saves the 100. Saves the single there to not allow England to bring up the 100. That's really good fielding and recognised by Snape there. So that's the end of the 26th over. 99 for 5. So England making a good comeback here. Trying to put some pressure on the Australian bowlers. Good crowd here at the Terry Eckstein Oval at Rondebosch Cricket Club. All on the top balcony there watching. A lot of Australian support, South African and some English as well. You can probably see the Australian flag there. If you get a shot of the pavilion from the camera crew, there's the Australian flag draped across the railings. So, we've got Downton back. Left arm over. 1 for 12 in his first spell of 4 overs. Not the same pace as the previous bowler, but starts it on the right side of the wicket. That's gone wide of Park. He was playing at that, but just suggesting to the non-batter there, Bishop, that it's just almost like an off-spinner. Oh, that's well bowled as well by Downton. Certainly not drivable. Played off the back foot there, no run. That should be a wide. It's not given us a wide, actually. So Park rightly, I think, looking at the umpire there, did look as though that went past the return crease. Little Raj smile on Downton's face there. However, umpire's always right. That's a little straighter there. And well bowled by Downton. So a good maiden there for Downton. Bowled his 5 overs so far. So a little alternation in the bowling here. Just keeping England batters guessing on line. And also pace as well. And try and bring you some scores from the other games in the groups. If I can get the website up. It's all on the Veterans League of South Africa website. All the scores of the matches being played over this World Cup are there. Snape to continue, and that's just come off the edge down to the short third there. Interesting, just looking at the score here, the projected score is 166 runs at the current scoring rate with 3.7. England will be looking to better that, obviously. That's driven straight to the fielder, so no purchase there for Bishop. Little dab down by Bishop again. Well fielded by the Australian fielder Jackson there. Quickly in. Lots of chat there. He's geeing them all up. You can probably hear him over the mic here. There's a big shout for LBW. Bishop just holding up his bat to say, I hit that. And the umpire didn't have to make a decision. Just asking Park there to move out of the line of sight. Just played off the back foot there. It's going to be a single. Non-strikers end, the throw comes in. But well backed up by Snape there. So only one off the over there. His 5 overs been 1 for 12 and puts Australia in a very strong and dominant position here. 100 for 5 off 28. So 17 overs to go. Some of the other scores, just to fill you in. Canada in this group as well. Canada over 40s. 135 for 2 off 32.1. They're playing their close rivals there, USA over 40s, and their projected run score is 189 runs, so I'm not sure that's going to be sufficient for the USA. You've got a very strong batting lineup, certainly up top. It's going to be Downton to continue. So have a look at the Wales over 40 score. Wales are here. They've not had a win so far, but they are currently in the field first against the UAE, who are 154 for 3 off 30.1 overs. And the projected score there is 229. So that certainly should be within Wales' grasp, if that would see them get a win and get their first points on the table. They're actually in Group B. Let's have a look at the South Africa versus New Zealand score in a minute. Oh, that's a great bit of bowling from Downton. That's cut Bishop in half. He's got a smile on his face. Just suggesting to Paul that he should probably have a few more overs with that ball. Let's have a look at South Africa over 40s. 164 for 3 off 33.2. That's driven by Bishop. It's going out to the deep point. Could be 4 runs, and it is. So a welcome boundary for England. It's been a barren desert of 4s so far for England in the recent period, and that might just release the pressure valve on Bishop, who's looking for some gloves. New Zealand obviously looking to restrict South Africa there, and they look as though they're doing that well. Only 33 overs gone. That's driven beautifully there by Bishop. Just a single, that's good fielding. Sliding to his right. Yeah, in the South Africa game there versus New Zealand, the projected score is 220. I'm not sure that will be enough on the Claremont ground against the New Zealand batters, especially Hardeep Singh, who has crunched 2 centuries so far in 3 games and leads all the batting points. We got a little conference here between the umpires. Just having a word with the skipper there. Let's also get some more scores on the doors for you. Obviously, Zimbabwe are playing Namibia, and they're close rivals from the Africa Cup, where actually Namibia won against Zimbabwe by 4 runs off the last ball, I think it was, in the Africa Cup. And let's have a look at the scores there. 161 for 3 Namibia are batting in 33.2 overs. So that's not a bad start by Namibia. Let's have a look at who's getting the runs then. Nicholas Boyce, 22, and Jerry Snyman, who used to play international cricket for Namibia, 32. He batted very well yesterday. Just having a quick look at the ball. Perhaps we're looking at a replacement, like for like, not sure. Obviously from the Ashes, Australian and English fans will probably appreciate or not that comment. Yeah, they're going very well actually, the Namibians. And that's pulled away on the onside. Just looks as though that's just going to be the single. A little bit of disquiet on the field at the moment. Not sure what that's all about or what the umpires had to say, but they're in full control of the game here. That's played on the onside. Should be just a single there. Yeah, so in that Namibia, Zimbabwe, obviously they're very close geographically in South Africa. And in the South African region, I should say, of Africa. And Johan Nel has scored a lovely 65 off 82 there, with Jacko Duvenage, 33 off 50. Now it's Jerry Snyman and Nicholas Boys there batting, so they'll be looking to get around to the 220 and more. That's driven on the off, almost slapped by Park there. That's the end of the over. So 1 for 19 off 6. So good bowling there by Downton. And that's the end of the 30th over. Well, no, it's 29 overs. So we've got drinks in one more over, which is the end of the second power play. I don't know if I've given you all the scores from the other games yet, but if I haven't, I'll see if I can find some more for you. You obviously know the England game, Australia game here. Wales, UAE, we talked about. India versus Sri Lanka. Nicely played and good bowling from Snate. Let's have a quick look at the India game. These are all relevant because depending on who loses today from the big sides, then adds points to the sides that are behind them. 2 points only to make up. That's off the back foot by Bishop. Just places that on the leg side for a single. So India over 40s, 175 for 2 off 31.1, and Mehta is the man of the moment there with 76 off 91 balls. So their projected score is about 250, which I think they'll need for a very good Sri Lankan side. Yes, that's good running by Parks. He's looking for a 2. Bishop going to get there. No, he's decided against that. So just a single to Park, who was certainly able to make a 2, but rightly Bishop said no, England don't need any run-outs at this stage, just need to keep accumulating. Just another one on the board. I think I've covered all the results from the other games at the moment. It's played off the back foot. Not quite there for that. Some more fixtures on Sunday after this game. And that will have been 5 fixtures in 7 days for all these players. So they're all very fit and bearing up very well. That's driven that. Just a single. Should be an easy single there for Park, who's quick between the wickets. And that's the end of the over. So drinks are going to be taken now. 110 for 5, or 111 for 5, sorry. Just a little lag on the technical side here. We're going to take a short break, have a quick drink, so you don't pick up any of the noises in the background. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes. So drinks have been taken. Downton to continue. And that's wide-ish. Not giving us a wide either. But Gary Park certainly was trying to slap that through the extra cover region. It's well bowled. Quick single there required. So good backing up by Bishop. Big smile on the face of Downton there. Lovely to see. He's really enjoying his cricket. Big-hearted guy, bowling his left arm over. You know, he's bowling to the left-handed Bishop, so a few field placing changes required. Just dropping the man from mid-on to long-on. And bringing the man up just on the 45 inside the ring, so they can have now 5 fielders outside the ring. Just played on the onside. That's a great shot. Bishop just starting to force the pace here. Just a single. Bit wider. No run there. Oh, Bishop's run the single quickly through. That was a little wild, that throw, down at the feet of the keeper, but he stopped it. So that's what England need to do. Must have been some team talk from the coaches at the drinks break. England have the great, and he is great, Andre Nell, who's been helping the England team. That's driven there. And that's the 50 partnership for these two. So they've done really well to pull England back into this. Yeah, I was just saying about Andre Nell. He's been working as an assistant coach to Luke Humphrey and also David Hughes. That's dug out. The sort of brains trust, as it were. Don't refer to that in any way other than they are a great trio who've worked really hard to on all aspects of the coaching. Luke Humphrey has a cricket school in Essex, I believe, in England. It's a fast bowling school, and I think Andre works with Luke in his spare time. Not sure of the details, but I think it's any weekends. But it's great, and he's passing on that knowledge to fast bowlers. All these teams look really well supported as well by the support staff, the management, who make it all happen, because there's lots of logistics, as you know. It's just gone out over the inner ring, which is a good shot. Should be 2. Scott Jarvis is the fielder who's running out there. It's very sapping, the outfield. The grass is cut short here, but very spongy. I think, you know, like in Australia, it's a different grass than the UK, which is a very fine grass and saps the energy out of you fielding and bowling. Just played on the onside. That's good from Park, so he's starting to nudge and nurdle. It's exactly what England require here. Runs on the board, just keep ticking the scoreboard over, waiting for those final overs. There's still plenty of time for England. England must keep these wickets in hand if they're going to set a sensible target to look to defend against Australia here. A little more flight. That's well fielded on the return there by Snape. No run. Oh, that's just taken down the leg side. Well, no, it wasn't given as a wide, so might have got something on it. And it's pulled. Just the man down there, so there's the sort of cow cornerish fielder there. Bowls that in, so there's a run there for England. Takes them on to 118 for 5. That's the first drop. So the player there has dropped that. That's Richard Wild there at mid-wicket, wideish mid-wicket, and bowler just going to say unlucky, or words to that effect. But didn't go too hard. It's just the diving action as the ball got into the hand, hit the ground, and the ball bobbled out. So unlucky to Richard Wild there, but Gary Park survives that. England needed a bit of luck there. So we've got to change of bowling again. So again, what I was saying earlier, those shorter overs. Greg Hunt's the new bowler here. So he's not, this is going to be his first overs of the, or first over of the fixture here. Let's get the field right for him. He's got a deep point and a deep square. Long on, looks like a long off. And then the inner ring. So he's bowling right arm off spin. Little dabble round the leg side, just the single. Came right across his stumps there, Bishop. Got to be so watchful of that. If you're coming across your stumps, you don't get the LBW if you miss on the move. A little bit slow in the overs here. We've only had 32.1 so far. They've got 3 hours in which to bowl their overs. So we've got another 50 minutes to go. That's driven. On the offside, should be 2 runs. Not going to go for 4. Just got the bottom of the bat. Thrown into the bowler's end. England move on to 121 for 5 off 32.2. Reverse swept, and that looks as though could run away. No, it's just going to get held up in the grass, but there's certainly 2 runs there. So Gary Park very quickly round. So good running from England. Nice ingenuity there from Gary Park playing that reverse sweep. 43 off 68. A little bit of field repositioning here. And it's reverse swept again. No wide. It's just on the line, I think, even though he reverse swept it. But it's good that Gary Park is being positive here. That swept nicely. And that's great fielding from the fielder just behind on the 45. Saved a certain 4 there. So really good fielding from the Australian side, and equally to the task is Gary Park with some ingenuity in his batting there. Cricketers these days are not afraid to sweep the ball, even on the stumps. Such is their technique, so sound and solid. So 124 for 5 off 33. Partnership moves on to 60. England need to keep building here. Put up some pressure on the Australian fielders and bowlers. Not many loose balls from the Australian bowlers at the moment. Missed out there, Park, but berates himself a little bit. Got to get his head down. Yeah, nicely. Pulls away. Just moving the field there, Poole. That's nicely driven. Good use of the feet from Park. Straight down to long off for the single. Takes him on to 45. Phil just spreads on the leg side for Bishop. Both players go out to deep square and cow cornerish, or deep mid wicket. So long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square for Bishop, and one at the deep extra. Driven on the off there, straight to the fielder. Nice timing there from Bishop. Just unlucky there, but good field placement from the Australian skipper. As the ball's gone up, it's going to drop just in front of Paul though, so they'll take the single. Bishop just looking to push that on, and I think that's right. England do need to start pushing it on a little bit and taking a few risks. They've got to get up to 200. They've got best part of 11 overs, well, 10 overs, 11 overs, sorry, after this to do that. Reverse swept, and that's a beautiful shot. That's 4 runs to Gary Park, who swept that, or reverse swept that beautifully. No man out there. Might be a fielding rethink here from the Australians. It's full toss actually, just patted back there by Park. That's the end of the over there, and I think that's the end of his 8th over there. Nope. Yeah, eight overs so far he's bowled, 0 for 37. Greg Hunt to continue. And that's missed, but Justin Bishop had his foot down in the ground. Rightly, it doesn't need to come down to the track. That's good. Good batting from Bishop there. And good bowling. Just played on the onside there. Could be 2. So fielder's coming round. I think. Two runs there to Bishop. Moves the score on to 132 now. Just a single again. So the projected score has gone up to 171 now. Current run rate still at just below 4. England will be looking for more than that for sure. Gary Park swept that for 4 runs, and that brings up his 50. So a fantastic knock by Gary Park there. 53 off 78 balls, 5 fours and no 6s, and he's done a real rescue job on England. So well played to Gary Park. Ably supported by Justin Bishop, who's currently on 35 or 54. Slaps that through the offside, just a single. Probably going to see Snake to continue. He's going to finish off his overs. Currently 0 for 36 off 8. Just waiting for the young man to move past the sight screen at the far end. And plays ready when the umpire allows. Oh, he's just got under that. That's good bowling from Snape. Park looking to use his feet, come down the track. Well watched and well bowled. That's good cricket all round there. Heard the chant from the boundary, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. That's a big hit, and that's going to be 6. So that's into the, I was going to say tennis courts, but no, they're cricket nets. That probably would have gone about 10 rows back if we had stands. And that's a lovely 6 there by Gary Park. He moves on to 60 now, off 82 balls. Slowly accumulating. Baker's just walking down to have a chat with Snape. He's saying he's using his feet, maybe bowl something a bit quicker, or down the leg side. Maybe they've got some sort of code between them. It's well played. If you want to watch, or see any of the live streaming and scoring, it's on Crick Club, CRICCLUBS.com. Swept, but way outside the off stump. So good shout from Gary Park to try that. Well covered, and just a single there down to the long on, but he's come up. So that's good bowling by Snape, who finishes his 9 overs there, 0 for 44. Give you a little bit of a rundown on his statistics. So Ryan Snape, 9 overs, no maidens, 43 and no wickets. So an economy rate of about 4.78, which is outstanding on this small ground. Greg Hunt to continue from the Coventry end. So we've got 9 overs to go. 145 for 5 England. Looking to push the 200 mark, I would imagine, and more. That's swept again. There's no man down there. Could be 4. Man's diving, and it's gone for 4. So the fielder out there, which is James Pinelli, couldn't stop that one. So 4 more to the total for England, and Gary Parks. He's on 65 now. Wonderful temperament from Gary Park here. Swept again, that's an LBW shout, and he's been given out. And that looked as though he was sweeping right on the middle stump there. So big shout from the Australian bowler Hunt, and unfortunately that's the end of Gary Park. So Gary Park, 65 runs, 87 balls, 7 fours and 1 6 with a strike rate of 74.71, and a great round of applause from the gallery here for him. That was a timely innings at a time when England were really desperate for runs and needed to stay in the game. New player in should be Sean Park, who's Gary's brother. He's number 5. Inventive cricketer, as is Gary. South African by birth, but head of cricket at the Perse School in Cambridge. So he's just taking guard, looking as though he's taking middle and leg, or middle. He gets set. He's got just best part of 8.4 overs to do something special for England. Just played off the back foot. He's solidly away. Looking for a 2. Should be 2 runs there. It may run for 4, and it does. So he's off with a 4. That takes the score into 153. Very solid and sound intentions there by Sean Park. Driven. And again, there's going to be some more runs there. It's going to push the fielder there. Should be 2. Should be cut off. Slides. Just the 2 runs. Throw comes in, so 6 runs off 2 balls. Greg Hunt being put under a little bit of pressure here. Yep, well backed up by Bishop. Excuse me. And 1 more to the score, so that's 7 off the over so far. No, sorry, that's 11 off the over so far. No run there for England. That concludes the over. Excuse me. 1 for 25 off 3 overs. I wonder if we'll see a little change of bowling from Hunt to bring on the quicker bowling. The Australian side still got to find some overs. as well between their bowlers, which I'm sure they've got plenty of depth in their bowling attack. Yeah, it was a really terrific innings there from Gary Park. Justin Bishop supporting him, still at the wicket. He's 35 or 55 balls. So Scott Jarvis is the medium pacer who was on from the commentary end. He's coming on now from the far end. Park likes pace on the ball. So it'll be interesting to see the match-up between these two. And that's 2 steps down the track, and that looks as though it's going to be 2. Bishop's running hard to the non-strikers end where the throw's coming in, and gets there successfully. So 2 runs to the scoreboard from Sean Park. And again, driven but smartly held there. Great fielding there by the number 4, which is Richard Wild there at the extra cover region. That's driven again on the offside. Well, almost off the back foot. Punch through. Man's down there, just a single there. That's Jeff Hemming. That's played down. That's going to be 4 runs for Bishop, who moves on to 40 now from 57 balls. So smart thinking by Bishop there, just looking for the gap in the field. Australians looking a little tired in the outfield, which not surprising. The amount of cricket these lads have played in the last week, and the weather, it's been in the mid-30s. I think that's a dead ball. Just came out of the bowler's hand. Thrown by Bishop. And in one of the other games, in the same group as these two teams, Namibia, 221 for 4, so going great guns. 43 overs gone against Zimbabwe. Oh, that just... It's a big shout, but... and it's been given, and Bishop walked. So Bishop, in the spirit of cricket, knew that he'd hit that, and he walked, and he was given out as well by the umpire. So Jarvis gets a wicket there. That's his first wicket. 1 for 23 so far off his 5.5. And England now 164 for 7. That's a good innings from Bishop. Showed all his class there, and even more his spirit of cricket. He walked, didn't wait. You know, there was no have I hit it or not. Just walked as he knew he'd hit it. So we've seen that from both the Australian side and the English side today, which is great to see. Steve Naylor's the new player to the wicket. Plays his cricket at Datchet Cricket Club in England, just outside London. Right-handed bat and right arm off spinner. just on that Namibia score. Good to see them getting some runs. Zimbabwe yet to bat, but only a couple of overs off their allotted 45. Jerry Snyman's on 49 and Dwayne Viljoen is on 20, so they should certainly get to about 235, maybe 240, which would be an impressive total and defendable. Let's have a quick look at the field here for Naylor's first ball. That's played it down to the short third, and it's going to be, could be 4. Yes, it's 4 runs, just hit the rope. Yeah, just hit the rope, so that's 4 runs. Downton was the fielder there at short third. He couldn't get round quickly enough. It's a very close call as to he thought whether it had hit the rope or not, but we could see from our vantage point that it was certainly 4 runs. So 168 for 7. Still plenty of overs for England yet to get past 200. 3 wickets in hand. They do bat all the way down, and the danger. These two are danger men for Australia. 7 overs to go. Things starting to spice up now. Just finally in the other game in the group for Australia and England. Canada 213 for 4 or 43.1. And the USA haven't yet to bat, so that's a good score from Canada, who've really come on since the opening game, so they lost heavily to Australia. Oh, that was well bowled by Wild. A little quicker there. No, not giving Sean Park any time to think about what he was doing. Oh, that turn ragged quite a long way. Getting a lot of turn is Wild. Oh, that kept low as well. But saved it. Could run away for 4. And it is. So this is very quick, this outfield. England have got to learn from this in their field placings. Anything dabbing down those 4 runs. 172 for 7. The pressure on the bowler now. Oh, that was well bowled. Foot still in the crease. Or behind the popping crease, I should say. It's just played onto the onside. No run there. Well fielded. So Danny Batra there, the man at the mid-wicket region, diving to his right. Pushed out now, looking obviously to save the 4s. Edge of the 30-yard ring. That's well bowled by Wild. He's not giving anything wide. And that's a very good over from him. Only 4 off the over. 0 for 24. Sorry, 1 for 27. Sorry, let's get that right, shall I? 0 for 24. Let me have a quick look. Five overs Richard Wild has bowled. No maidens. And 0 for 24. Just waiting till the Australian coach has left the field of play. And that's nicely played by Naylor back, but no runs. So looking for that pull shot, as you could see from the shadow shot. A lot of Australians certainly supporters. There's no man out there. Well, in fact, that's a big. Oh, big that's moved again, and that's edge. So Stevens has gone. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him go across his stumps and put one over there. Just the third man there. One there. A lot of Australian supporters. Oh, and that's moved again, and that's edged. So Stevens has gone, caught by the... Oh. Very well bowled there by Jarvis. Just sort of tennis ball-y bounce there. Hooped over the bat. Extras have been kept to an absolute minimum by Australia here. It's been a remarkable bowling here to keep those extras down. And that's just gone on the leg side. 43 overs gone. Sean Park just looking to come across his stumps. Oh, that just... Swept again, that's an LBW shout, and he's been given out. And that looked as though he was... See Sterling Hamann walking around the boundary with the Swept again, that's an LBW shout, and he's been given out. Oh, that's reverse swept. Sorry, reverse pull, actually. It's a no ball. And 4 runs as well. So a brilliant shot by Sean Park there. England, it's a free hit as well. So the umpire is just signaling a free hit for 4 runs, and that brings up his 50. Ball then. So a fantastic... Takes the score on to 178 for 7. Oh, he's got one. You could tell from my grimacing on the... it got low and almost followed his brother into the record books. So well bowled by Jarvis there. That was the free ball, free hit. Gary Park swept. Oh, that's well bowled again. Just looked as though he turned his fingers over the seam to slow that down. Saw Park coming. Course in Pal. And he's driven that strong through the onside. So that's a great... Wasn't there a no ball?
They bowled it already. The no ball was on the 5th ball.
Okay. Just checking with the scorer, the no ball there. So the stage is set for England and Sean Park here, along with Steve Naylor, 179 for 7. Last 5 overs, and that's just popped out. That's good bowling from Wild. He's not giving anything full for Sean Park to swing his levers at. And equally coming down the track's difficult because it's turning. It's well bowled by Wild, missed that one from Naylor. That's going to be a wide. I feel England have got to start chancing and playing across Wild's bowling here. He's bowling good line on the off stump. There's a few gaps on the leg side there. Reverse sweep. And it's played on. So Naylor's out. Bowled by Wild. He's played on there, and it's 181 for 8. So two more wickets for Australia to get to wrap up the English innings. Still a long way to go yet, and still 4.3 overs, so still lots to play for. But England do bat deep. This is the vice-captain, Mo Akhtar, coming into bat. Plays his cricket at Ilford Cricket Club. That's in the Essex Premier League. And he's also a bowling coach. Bowls leg spin with Essex. He's played a lot of cricket in his early years in Pakistan. And it's the first time I think we've seen Mo with a bat on this
side there.
Tour so far in this World Cup. So I think it's going to be his first dig. Hasn't got long, unfortunately, to play himself in. Oh, that came back. He'll be delighted to be there watching this ball turn square, because he bowls a beautiful leg spin. Be interesting to see how the Australians cope with his bowling. No runs there. That was the right shot. It was just a little bit shorter, but obviously it's going to take him a little time to get used to the pace of the wicket.
In Pal.
We haven't got Bazball yet in the over-40s. That's doing a lot there for Wild. He must be... he's having a dream over there. 1 for 33 off 7, so that's great bowling from... 6 overs, 1 for 25 actually. I did him an injustice there. Scott Jarvis is currently 1 for 33. He's from the far end. So 4 overs to go for England. Need to get 200. Psychologically, I think they need to get 200 and more if they can, but
getting
they
set.
certainly need 5 and over.
Australian team coming to the
last
field.
4 overs.
That's driven nicely.
It's on the leg side.
Go for 4.
Nicely played off the legs by Park. That's going to be 4 runs, and that's exactly what England needs.
That's going to go for 4.
Sean Park played that beautifully off his legs. 4 runs. Just punches the glove there.
It's a great catch.
No Akhtar. These two have got to run
so
quickly
Hewison's
between the
put
wickets
that
as well.
to mid.
Put the Australian fielders under pressure. There is a big gap on the leg side. You've got a deep square and a wide fine leg. It's good bowling there. Good pace actually.
That's thrown up.
Just
and that's
got
going to
under
be
that
2
Park.
runs at least there. Fraser's just put.
The old adage here, bat on ball. England need bat on ball. Every run is vital here. Every run. And that's gone up. Just missed the stumps. Cry from the boundary there. Good Jarvo. It's wide. That should be a wide, which it is. Just rolling his fingers over the ball there. Off there, it's going to be 4 runs, so it's very hard to contain runs here. Almost just got to throw the bat at it off the quicker bowlers. Just beats Downton to the third man boundary. Man's had to come up because the players are all, their fielders are on the long on, long off, deep square, deep extra, and fine leg. And that's going to be, again, 2 runs. Should be 2. Might be 4, actually. The fielder's not got there, so it is 4 more runs to England. Jeff Hemming was the fielder there. He just couldn't get round to save that. So England pushing on now, 194 for 8. That's gonna, could be 4 more, actually. It's come off the legs. No, there's a fielder down there. He's going to pick that up. Should be just a single. Good fielding there. Quickly round by the Australian fielder from fine leg. Snape was the fielder. That's the end of the over. So 3 overs to go. 195 for 8. England looks certain to get more than 200, but how many more can they get? Can they get 220? That would be an absolutely magnificent total from where they were 5 wickets down. That will set the tone for the English. They'll be pumped for that, and they'll come out fighting against Australia, that's for sure. So Downton's coming back. He's got 3 overs in his allocation, but he's not going to obviously bowl all 3, with only 3 overs left. So Downton just looking for a few field placing changes here. He's got no one out at the deep mid-wicket area as he comes in to bowl. Reverse sweep there. And that's a big shout. Looks as though it came off the pads. A little shout there, but mild interest there from the bowler and the keeper. I'm not sure why Sean Park is going to bowl slower and slower. That deep mid-wicket region is definitely where England need to be pumping the ball. Right into that Terry Eckstein oval stand. There we are, that's on the offside. It should be 2 if they're pushing hard. And they're not. So just a single. Got to try and keep Sean Park on strike. That's key for England at this stage. Downton just pulls out of that. Ball nice and full there by Downton, so good thinking there. First run for Mo Akhtar. Big-hearted champ here. Downton as he comes in. Big strike. And that's well bowled as well. Oh, that just misses the stumps. Hits the pad and rolls back. It's a great over from Downton here. 7.4 overs so far. Only 1 for 24. That is massive in the context of this game at this point. That's pulled, and there it is. That's the region he needs to be hitting. That's 4 runs. And that brings up the 200 for England. 201 for 8, or 42.5. And we nearly had one of the pitch vision team falling off the scaffolding. Australia, interestingly, have not put a man back there. I am really surprised about that, because anything short is going to go there again. Oh, and he's bowled him! So a well-bowled full delivery there from Downton. Yorker length and a well-deserved wicket for Downton. So he takes his second wicket, 2 for 28. And that sees the end of Sean Park. Just played slightly across that. Brings to the wicket George Brooksbank, who plays his cricket at the Hurlingham Club in London, southwest London, that is, Wandsworth area. That's a great round of applause for Sean Park, who just acknowledges big crowd here today and very inventive runs there. We'll give you his stats soon. 35 runs, 29 balls, 7 fours and no sixes. A great strike rate, just what England needed, 120.69. So England have got past the 200 mark. How many more can they get? Can they get to 220? That would be a real milestone for England. They've got some very, very good spin bowling, and they'll be putting the Australians under the pump as well with that spin bowling. So 2 overs to go, and it's Mo Akhtar. Last wicket stand for these two, for England. So Jarvis to finish his last over of his allocation. Currently 1 for 46 off 8. That's well played. Well played by Akhtar, just down to the long on. Pushing, George was pushing there for a second. This is also George Brookbank's first innings of the World Cup, left-handed bat. England need to ensure that they bat all 45 overs, so every ball counts. Every run counts for England. Oh, and that's gone past the edge of Brooksbank. Baker's come up a little bit from his previous mark just to stop any singles, which is good thinking from the keeper. Has hit the pads. No run there. No run there. No need to run themselves out. Still plenty of balls left. Well, not plenty, but enough balls to get more runs. 220 they want to be aiming for, I would say. It's looking unlikely at the moment unless we have some lusty blows. That's gone up in the air. There's a man down there. He should take this, and he does safely. So Brooksbank is out for no runs or 3 balls, and that's the end of the England innings. 202 for 9, or 43.4 overs. So that brings to a close the first innings, and that's very well played by Australia. England equally have done fantastically well to recover from the position they were in with 5 wickets. So let's have a quick look at the stats. England batting, Ben France, no runs. Chris Hewison, 11 off 19 balls. Ben Fraser, 32 off 37 balls. And nice round of applause for the England batters as they're coming in. And I expect a really big round of applause for the Australian fielders. Just carrying on. Nick Compton, 4 runs off 7 balls. Darren Stevens, no runs off 3 balls. Gary Park, fantastic innings there. 65 off 87 balls. Justin Bishop, another good partnership with Gary Park, 39 off 57. Sean Park, 35 off 29. Stephen Ayler, 5 runs off 5 balls. Mohamed Akhtar, not out, 2 off 5. And George Brooksbank, out at the end, caught by Jamie P, bowled by Scott, no runs off 3 balls. And that's a nice round of applause for the Australian side. So they've contained England. Look forward to seeing you after the break. 201 is the score for England, so 202 for Australia to win this game. We'll see you after the break. Right, let's go and have something to eat. Good afternoon, welcome back. Lovely lunch here at Rondebosch Cricket Club and Sports Club. Australia to take to the field in their innings, and England just coming into view now on the screen, defending 201 all out. So they've got to keep it very purposeful, dry up the singles, and obviously save the fours. Opening the batting for Australia is going to be Cos Beadle, who's left-handed. He's got number 5 on his shirt, and Jeff Hemming. Opening bowlers for England, I suspect, well, certainly from this end, the commentary end, we've got Johnny Whiteman, right arm, medium fast. He'll be bowling to Cos Beadle. And George Brooksbank is the left arm over. What we'll try and do is keep you updated on some of the other scores as well. In the Group A, which is England's group. England's field, third man and fine leg, just the one slip at the present time in the absence of Chris Swallow. Darren Stevens is captaining the England Over-40s today, and looks as though he's going to come into second slip, so no gully. There's a backward point just out of shot. An extra cover, which is where Nick Compton is fielding. Mid-off, which is Ben Fraser. Mid-on, which is Chris Hewison, and Ben France is at mid-wicket. Down in fine leg is George Brooksbank. First power play, England can only have 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, so it looks like we're ready to go. Just waiting for the umpire to give us the all clear. And we're underway. So Beadle to face Johnny Whiteman. That's gone through the outside, so good pace from Whiteman. Watching him in the warm-up, Beadle, he looks to strike the ball very hard, and I think I certainly know he's had some success in this World Cup. England have got to keep it very tight, not defending too big a score. So shorter ball, and that looks as though it's not given as a wide by the umpire, so obviously felt Beadle had come across sufficiently not to create a wide ball there. A little bit shorter from Whiteman there. That's well bowled, just swinging in, no single there. So England doing what Australia did in that first innings. Got to keep these singles under. Lots of intensity required in the field, backing up the bowlers. The other batsman at the non-striker's end is Jeff Hemming. Oh, that's come back nicely. It's good pace on that from Whiteman. We saw Pinelli bowling for Australia in the other innings, bowling well from the bottom end. Kept a good line and length. Didn't give the batsman any width, and I think that's the key on this track. No width is required. That's a beautiful shot off the legs to open his account. So that's Beadle off the mark. Played off his legs beautifully. Just a little too full there from Whiteman, but on the leg stump and nicely played away. That gets Australia underway. It's a fine margin. Keeping the length, but just the line there. It's a better, much better length and possibly line. Beadle went after it straight away. That's the end of the over. So the first over, 4-0. Target's 203 looking at my screen. From the far end is going to be George Brooksbank. George bowls left arm, medium quick. So Jeff Hemming to face. That just comes nicely into the legs. Quick running. Gary Parks there, the fielder. So quick single. Few adjustments to the field. Ben France, the man coming across, just into the extra cover region. Got a short extra. Cover. Point. That's good. Good from George Brookbanks. Nice support from the England teammates there. Important at this start of the innings that everyone's tails are up. Driven. No runs. Yeah, one of the other group matches. Namibia, 234 for 5 off their 45, and Zimbabwe. They've lost 2 early wickets after 6 overs, 29 for 2. It's well made by Beadle. Well bowled, well bowled. Good carry as well. In the Canada versus USA game, also in England and Australia's group, Canada 229 for 5 off their 45, and USA are already 30 for no wicket off 3.4 overs, so they're going great guns. Amit Sood, who likes to hit the ball early and hard, 21 or 16 balls there. That's nicely played. Well bowled. So good line length there by George. End of the over. And the score is 5 for no wicket off 2 overs. In Group B, let's have a quick look at the game of South Africa versus New Zealand, which is a top of the table clash. South Africa batted first, got 227 for 7 in their 45, and New Zealand struggling, seemed to be replicating what England were doing, 28 for 3 of 6.4 overs. So New Zealand under the pump from South Africa there. It's a big shout, but it looks high. And they've run through, so good running from Australia there, just picking up on that. Did look high. Johnny Whiteman pulled out of that, may have got something on of the bat on that. Just in that New Zealand game, James Marshall's currently 19 not out, or 15 balls, so he's still there, which is a hope for New Zealand. Steve Naylor's the man coming out to the mid-wicket region, short mid-wicket, just to cut off that single, maybe a catch. And that's easily placed around the corner. Brookbanks is the man down there who fields one-handed, or sorry, two-handed off one bounce. So don't think you can bowl short on this track today. It'll just sit up for the batters, and Beadle looks as though he likes anything short. Got to keep him driving. Keep those slips in play. Maybe even put a man out for him on the drive or the extra cover. That's well bowled. Oh, that just missed. It's an inside edge. Nick Compton's the man down there. He's just picked it up, thrown in. So those little bits of luck England need. England had a play on early in their innings. I think it was from Chris Hewson. So England need a little bit of luck here. That's good lines from Johnny Whiteman. Plays his cricket at South Northumberland Cricket Club, along with Simon Birtwistle and Chris Hewson, both of whom are also in the England team. Simon's not been very well for the last few days, so he's had some time out. He's also a very good batsman and slow left arm bowler, but Whiteman's the man at the moment. And that's good. That's certainly a good length. Well played, England. That's Mo Akhtar there, down there, looking to save the two, and that's really good fielding. So well done, Mo Akhtar there. That's what we need, Ben Fraser. If I sounded a bit pro-partisan there on England when I said we, that's what England need. Fraser's just geeing up the troops. It's just gone down the leg side, and that'll be 4 runs. So a little bit off target there from Wyman. He's got good gas, but it's one of those wickets that there can be no width. And that's the end of the over, so the score's moved on to 13 for no wicket. Target is 203 on the computer here. I thought they got 201 actually, so it should be 202, the target. I was just querying the in my own mind. I think it was 201 the England score, so 202 should be the target, but we've got the main scoreboard as well. We can have a quick look at that as well. Ooh, there's a lovely little bird that's just popped right in front of me. Looks as though he's got something on his beak and he's gone. Darren Stevens there at first slip. George Brooksbank coming in. It's nicely played, and that's a good run. That's a good run. So mid on, mid off, quite deep in the 30-yard circle. They probably need to come up. That's good bowling by George Brooksbank. You miss, I hit. That's the mantra. That's well bowled by George Brooksbank, right up to the bat there. Equally well played by Jeff Hemming. Looks as though he likes that on drive. Both of these players have played very well in the World Cup so far. Oh, that's just kept it a little bit low. Bit full of that. That's driven, but it's going to be stopped. That's good fielding there. Ben Fraser's the man at mid-off. Of these two batsmen, Cos Beadle's probably the more prolific at the moment in this World Cup, having scored 168 runs so far. It's nicely played off the, and well fielded by Steve Naylor. One-handed to his right, low down, saves a single, although he was supported by Gary Park behind. So good over, 14 off 4. Stevens just talking to Johnny Whiteman, just down to the right-hand side of your screen. Wouldn't be surprised if he's looking to get the slow bowlers on soon. Both of these batsmen like the ball coming on. That's a great line. That's a good line. That's what Johnny needs to do more of. Keep it full, but just keeping the batsman interested. Nothing short from England. Can't afford short. That's a good length. That's a great length from Whiteman. Bowled very well against Namibia, where a catch went down. I think it was Chris Hewison at second slip. Hard chance to Chris's right, and then next ball came back with a full Yorker to bowl the Zimbabwe batter. That's a super ball. Cos Beadle knew nothing about that. That came in and then went away. It was an absolute gem of a delivery. Wow. Some more of that, please, Mr. Whiteman. And again, great movement off the seam there by Whiteman. Got to finish strong here. And that's pulled. That's a great shot. And that's 6 runs. So nicely pulled. I said anything short will go. And that went a long way. We've got netting up around the ground and it caught that. Otherwise that would have gone a long way back. Residential properties just surrounding the ground and very nice ones too. But that was a great pick-up. Gee, hit that hard. Just looking to move a man out there. Ben France is the man. That's nicely played. And a great save by Nick Compton there. Brilliant save at the extra cover region. He's there relatively close. Beautiful diving stop. So that's taken the Australians on to 20 for no wicket. 4 and over after 5 overs. So this certainly keeping up with this run rate, and it's reasonably easy run rate to keep up with if you're not losing wickets. Beadle's on 13 of 21 balls, and Hemming is on 7 after 9 balls. So Beadle's had a lot more of the strike, but I fear a change will be coming soon. England need to get amongst this batting early before they get set. And that's pulled away again. Gary Park's the man there. No run. Didn't quite get hold of that, but the intention was there. He's looking over the mid-wicket region. If it's short, not a lot of bounce, but certainly waist high. Nicely played on the offside. Nick Compton, great save, diving to his left, throw in, showed all his class there, just kept that down to a single because there were certainly other runs, probably 2 runs if it went past him. Driven. Man's there. Ben France, unfortunately, just a little fumble there, and they've come through for a single. Gee, he hits that so sweetly, Beadle. Seems to be in magnificent form. Obviously, the Australians have on the back of a current summer in Australia, so plenty of practice. And that's played on the onside again. That's great running. Look, as soon as he's hit that, he's down, and that's brilliant running. Really good work between these two. Know each other's game very well. Just down the leg side, that'll be a wide, which it is. I think the scaffolding's shaking. And England just leaking those little extras that they can't afford to leak. Need to keep the accuracy here. And that's well left by Beadle. Got a good awareness of his stumps and the regions where he wants to play. Great sign of sign of a great batsman. That knows where his strengths are. That's just on the leg side, and that's a big shout from England, but probably just going down the leg side. And the umpire's unmoved, so he's given a leg by. Probably was just sliding down the leg. Perhaps a little hopeful there from George Brooksbank, but well bowled, right up to the pads. Little wry smile there from George. That's the end of the over. So 24 for no wicket off 6. So still 4 and over. Whiteman to continue. This will be his 4th over. That's straight. Not a lot of bounce there, but Beadle right behind that. That's nicely played on the leg, off the legs. Just a single though. There is a man down there, Ben France. Lovely weather here today. I think it's pushing mid-30s this afternoon. Beautiful sunshine. We've actually had glorious sunshine this week for all the games. A little windy at times, but I think that's very much the nature of the Cape Town weather in February/March. Smashing hosts, though. All the schools and clubs have been. Rondebosch is no exception. That's nice and full. No runs for that. Has a shout for LBW, but looks again as though it was just sliding down the leg side. Nicely driven. No runs. So currently Australia need 175 runs off 38.2 overs. With 10 wickets in hand. Johnny Whiteman putting all his effort into that bowling. It was great to see. But that's the end of the over. 27 for nothing off 7. So tight start from England. Wicket or two will come. They just need to stick with it. England were 5 down, I think, for about 60 at one stage before Gary Park, Sean Park and Justin Bishop made a fantastic recovery for England to get them across the line at 201. So I'm sure whatever the Australian bowlers can do, England can do as well. Solid start by Brookbanks there. Oh, it's gone up in the to the right of Compton. I thought it had gone in the air, so it's just going to be the one. Ben France is the man who picked that up after a good stop from Compton. It's probably night time in Australia, so you've all gone to bed, but hopefully you'll pick it up again in the morning when you're up, if the game's still going on. There are highlights, and obviously everything's on the live streaming through Pitch Vision. That's driven, and it's a great stop from Naylor. That's exactly the sort of commitment that England need. Very worn, the tracks here. I can only count about 6 tracks, and they've had heavy usage, obviously, over the season. as we come towards the end of the Cape Town Premier League cricket season in March. That's driven, and again by George. Brooksbank, he attempts to throw, but doesn't hold the ball. Little ominous there that Beadle's looking so strong with his off drives there. Just not timing it at the moment. It's probably pushing too hard at it. Clearly loves to drive the ball. Oh, that's really good from Brooksbank. Good pace. And this is good from England. Showing some fight to keep these runs down as the overs tick over. And that's played nicely. Full face of the bat there from Beadle. End of the over. 29 for no wicket off 8. Whiteman still to continue. A little bit of debris coming across the pitch there. You can see the wind based on the trousers of Chris Hewison there, blowing in the wind. There's a song there, I think, Blowing in the Wind, isn't there? Spectators at the far end just going across the sight screen, and a good crowd here at the Terry Eckstein Oval. So the wind's just getting up a little bit. That's coming from behind Whiteman, so he might like that. And that's played to Gary Park, who's dived. Mo Akhtar is the fielder down there at third man. Johnny Whiteman working hard here to get a wicket. It's driven. That's great fielding from Chris Hewison at mid-off. Great commitment there from Huey, as he's known, to his teammates. Bit full up. Not quite getting hold of it, though, Hemming. Just pushing hard at it. That's good for England, though. They need to keep these overs ticking over and no runs coming. Put some scoreboard pressure on Australia. And a no ball. So that's going to be a free hit. What's Whiteman going to do here? Go full? And he does, but he's been driven. And that's a great stop. Ben France is the man there at extra cover. Great diving stop to his right. Just a single off that, so it wasn't expensive, but is another extra to the total. And a run. Oh, that's short, and that's a wide. So sadly England don't need that at the moment. I know what Whiteman was trying to do there. Just a little misdirected. He's got good pace, Johnny Whiteman. Oh, it could be a run-out opportunity here. And he's just missed. He would have been out by a long way. So, unfortunately, the luck not there with Whiteman, who turned and threw. It was a great effort from Whiteman. He would have been a long way out there, Hemming. He's a little bit annoyed with himself there, but you could see that he got back quickly. And in fact, it's Cos Beadle who's on the floor at the other end. Not sure what he's done. Whether he's twisted an ankle or turned quickly and tweaked something. Got the medic coming out now. Maybe it was a knee. Well, he looks okay now. That's nice and full. Oh, it's just to the left of Darren Stevens there at slip for 4 runs. The second slip would have snapped that up, but that's 4 runs to Beadle and the Australian supporters giving lots of hoots and hollers. So 4 runs. That's the end of Johnny's over, and it's 37 for no wicket after 9 overs. These two taking the fight to England. Cos Beadle's on 21 and Jeff Hemming's on 12. Johnny Whiteman so far 0 for 28 or 5, and George Brooksbanks 0 for 8 or 4. So it looks like we might have a change. Brooksbank is off, and it's going to be Ben Fraser, right arm spin, coming on from the far end. Skipper Stevens just adjusting the field. Ben bowls a nice tidy line. Stump to stump. This is definitely what is required, and obviously all those singles need to be stopped as well, so it's a big ask to contain these two batsmen. Sean Park is the keeper, who's standing up. So in comes Ben Fraser for his first ball. Big shout for LBW. Looks as though from here that was going down the leg side, but that's a good start. Puts some doubt in the batter's mind. Oh, that was nicely played off his legs. Had he not played that, that could have been a very big shout. Looks as though he likes to flick it off his legs. Hemming. There we are, that's a good on drive. Gary Parks diving into that very hard area on the wicket there. You can see he's just struggling to get up a little bit there. So Ben France is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Beadle. A few little adjustments in the field here. On drive there, no runs. Naylor's the fielder there, mid-on. It's quite a long way down there, Naylor, almost on the 30-yard marker. That's just... Oh, that nearly clipped the leg stump, but it's been given as a wide. Which clearly it was, if there was no bat or pad on that. That's very well bowled. Good line and length there from Fraser. That's going to be a wide again. So just lost his line there to the left-hander, Fraser. Needs to pull that back. There's no man out deep for England on the... Whiteman is. Yes, sorry, he is. Whiteman's at the sort of deep square just behind. Gary Parks, the fielder there, just diving and good throw in. Good fielding for England. Just those wides, really, for Ben Fraser. Other than that, very tidy over. 10 overs gone, 40 is the score for no wicket. Beadle and Hemming putting on together a nice little partnership here. Tomorrow in the World Cup calendar is a rest day, and there is a beach party, I believe, at the Lagoon Beach Hotel. So, we've got a bowling change now. Looks like it's going to be Justin Bishop, who's the left-handed medium pace bowler, who batted very well in the England innings to have a good stand with Gary Park. Darren Stevens just directing the field with him. Thought we might see Darren Stevens coming on early, but clearly he's got a strategy there. Wants to either save himself for the latter part of the innings. Justin's very nice left arm bowler, played a lot of minor counties cricket. Nicely little swing in there to swing in delivery. Big-hearted cricketer, Justin. Played actually at Essex for 6 years, between 1999 and 2005. That's gone, and that's short and pulled, so you can't bowl there. Not to Hemming, who loves to pull and play on the leg side. I was just saying that he also played for Claremont, actually, which is where there are 2 games today. That's in Cape Town. Got to keep the ball up to the bat here. That's a big shot. That's how LBW And that's the first wicket for England. It certainly was in front of the stumps. Only issue was whether there was a little bit of bat in there, but adjudged by the umpire not to have had any in there, and the batsman certainly was very unhappy. But he goes, so that sees the end of Geoffrey Hemming. First wicket for England, 44 for 1. Getting a nice little round of applause as he goes off, but he wasn't happy with that, that's for sure. So, Jeff Hemming, just to give you a little update on his scores, 17 runs off 26 balls. He hit 2 fours and had a strike rate of 65.38. So, good innings from him, but that opening stand comes to an end. So there's light at the end of the tunnel for England, who really are going to put the Australian team under the pump now. New batsman in is Greg Hunt. England need to keep that ball right up to the bat, nothing short. That's well bowled. There's a little bit of in-swing there from Bishop. Just got the inside edge. Bishop's got to keep that ball up there, right up to the bat, and get him driving. Although there's no slip, there is a third man and fine leg. That's that's nicely played. Nicely played. Won't go for 4 though. Fielders chase that down. That's Ben France. So there's just the 2. Great throw in from France to the keeper, Sean Park. I'd fancy having, if I was setting a field there, I'd probably have France a little bit behind square almost, or on the boundary. And yep, they're just putting him further out and bringing in the fine leg, which I think is a good shout. If he's going to keep the ball up to the bat, he's going to need some protection on that leg side. It's nicely played on the off. Gary Parks. What a great throw! And just in his crease was Beadle. So England have upped the ante here in the field. That's the end of the over. 46 for 1 is the score. I'm looking at the main scoreboard and I can't actually see anything that's going on there at the moment. Ah, there it is now. Visitors 46 for 1. So good over there from Justin Bishop, carrying on from his batting performance. Ben Fraser to continue from the far end with his right arm off spin. Got to keep it tight to Cosbeadle. No width required. And that's just played out. It's a good effort there from George Brooksbank. Just diving to his left out of your sight. Every run counts for England here. So Greg Hunt is going to face his first ball from Fraser. He's missed. He's dived over that. He'll be angry with himself for that, but a few runs in that region. England have decided to keep the man deep for Fraser right from the start for Greg Hunt. Good turn, but well left by Beadle. No interest whatsoever in that. No runs. And again, straight to the fielder there, Compton. Just out of your view. Just a single that'll be to Beadle. Takes Australia on to 49. So they're just up with the 4 and over run rate. So obviously the run rate requires just a little bit above 4 at the moment. But England need to get it up probably around 7 or 8. So some tight bowling required over the next 10-15 overs. Let's just have a look at some of the scores in the other games. Especially that game South Africa versus New Zealand. It'll be interesting to see where we are on that. New Zealand made a little bit of a comeback there, which is interesting. 81 for 3 now, or 15.5. So James Marshall 40, not out, off 36 balls, and Scott Mara 32 off 38. So a nice stand there, beginning to form. 147 runs needed and 29.1 overs for New Zealand to win that game against South Africa. That's shaped away nicely from Bishop. Good control there by the ball by Bishop. And just looking and seeing how England's neighbours geographically doing against the UAE. That's well bowled. Oh, and he's dropped a catch there. That was Ben France. It may have been a bump ball actually, but it was a super dive to his right. UAE scored 305 for 7 against Wales. That's nicely bowled and run. Unlucky there from Fraser, who's just picked it up the second time round. Wales 61 for no wicket off 12, so they're getting at 5 and over. Needs 7.42 is the run rate required there. So Wales have got a little bit of work to do to secure their first win of this competition. Interesting in the Canada-USA game. Oh, that's a nice take by Sean, just outside the edge of Hunt. Canada scored 229 for 5 in their 45, and the USA 64 for 3 after that good start of 15. And England play Canada on Sunday in the last group game. No run there, so that could be very interesting. Zishan Mohammed is on 23, but we know that they don't necessarily bat all the way down, the USA, as England played them earlier in the week. And that's full. That's good. That's good bowling from Bishop. Just changed the pace a little bit. Took some pace off the ball, rolling his finger over the ball. So it's 50 up for Australia off 13. Just on the Namibia versus Zimbabwe game, that's the other game going on in England's group. Namibia 234 for 5. You'll recall I was talking about Jerry Snyman's runs. Zimbabwe going great guns, 102 for 2 off 17.5. So They've got 8 wickets left and a run rate of 4.9. Just played to the offside. There's a man out there. Just keep the single down to the single. Neil Ferreira, left-handed batsman who was a master in charge of cricket at, I think it was Renkham in Gloucestershire for 6.5 years. He's 56 or 57 balls. And Robertson Chinyangateri, 31 off 40 balls. So good stand from those two. Great. Love to see Zimbabwe's enthusiasm for the cricket. And one man especially, Norbert Mayandi. That's well bowled by Fraser. He likes that line to the right-hander. Norbert didn't play against England yesterday. He was injured, but he's got a little calf strain, but he's pushed through that today. He's 4.1 overs, 0 for 22. It's well picked up by Mo there on the mid-off region, apologies. And England have got their field really well set here for Fraser. It's putting pressure now on the batsman. A little bit of scoreboard pressure might come in soon on Hunt, who's not. He's had a number of balls now, and he's not getting it off the square. And fielding again by Gary Park. You probably saw him wringing his hands there. Very dry and dusty down there. And that's good pressure by England. Ben France, and that's a great over from Ben Fraser. So he's up in the ante. 2 overs. 0 for 7, I think. Just went off screen, I'm afraid, just before I had a chance to.
It's 1 wicket, 2 runs.
Yeah, that's Bishop, 1 for 7 at the moment. So we've got the scoreboard moving in front of us, just to the right, and the whole of the scaffolding that we're on is moving as well. I think it's just split the scoreboard. Sorry, split, not the scoreboard. Oh goodness, split the sight screen. Could do with a bit of WD-40 here on the sight screens. Just need closing up those sight screens. Just played off the legs. Yeah, that looks an easy single there for Beadle, who's not had a lot of the strike recently. But he has faced 48 balls at the moment. Bit of a fairground ride up here. And that's gone up in the air, could be out. Oh, it's just over the outstretched hand of Stevens. Very unfortunate there for England, just the one. So a chance there for England, but certainly not a chance. Yeah, could we just split the screens, guys? Not a lot of thought going into the screen movement here at the moment, I'm afraid. It's better. Wind's just getting up now. That's well played by Beadle. Just pushes it down into that third man region for a single. So he's ticking over nicely. Scores 54 for 1. 2 balls away from the first end of the first power play. And that's played down to the third man region. George Brooksbank is the man down there. Should be just a single, which it is. Great throw in. No, you can't bowl short there, and that's a single there. Probably an easy short. An easy single for Beadle. That is the end of the over. So that brings the end to the first power play in the drinks break. 56 for 1. So England have done really well there to contain Australia. Bring that back. It's all set up nicely for the final 30 overs. And we'll see you back shortly. Welcome back. Short drinks break, second power play, where England can have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Change of bowling from the far end. Ben Fraser's off, and it's Steve Naylor. Still right arm off spin. Let's see if he can have a little bit more purchase out of that wicket. Bowled well yesterday against Namibia. He's coming round the wicket to Beadle. Oh, first opportunity there for a shout. How good must that be for a bowler? First ball in with a chance. That's nicely bowled. Nicely bowled to the left-handed Beadle there. That's driven on the off. That's going to go for 4. Mo Akhtar could only get his foot there to the outstretched. Couldn't quite get there for the ball. So it's 4 runs to Greg Hunt. Wasn't a bad ball from Steve, but just well played. That's a good length and line. That's the line, no width there. England have got 4 fielders on the offside, all in the ring, but no one out deep. Good use of the feet, and that's a great stop from Naylor there. Giving the batsman a little stare. Just letting him know he's there. Fraser geeing up the troops, the England players. And that's gone down to the square leg. There's a deep man down there. It's Chris Hewison. He's got a good arm that comes into Park. So not too bad an over there from Steve Naylor. Just the 4 off that. So 16 gone. Australia still only 1 wicket down, 62. Just wondering when we'll see the leg spin of Akhtar and the bowling of Darren Stevens. Darren Stevens bowled very well yesterday, got 4 wickets against Namibia. Appreciate it's different, much different batting order, but he bowled really good lines and lengths. Oh, that's kept low and that's gone underneath Sean. It's not going to go for 4 by the looks of things. Just held up by Brooksbank there. 2 byes it looks like to me, but we'll see the signal. There it is. The umpire's given byes. Just kept low. Sean Park unable to do anything about that really. That's a good take. Good take from Park. A little bit wide that. It's cut nicely by Hunt, and that's 4 runs, so that's a good shot from Hunt. Cut that down to the tennis court region. Very well struck shot. Bishop just straying a little there. As I say, on this wicket, there is no width allowed. That's nicely bowled. That's good. That's where he needs to be. It needs to be stump to stump. It's nicely played off the legs. Just should be the just a single there. Lots of whooping and hollering from the Australian fans. Rightly so. Score's now 69 for 1. Or 16.5. 1 ball in the over. There's a run there. Easy single there for Beadle, who's nudged and prodded his way to a very good score so far. 29 or 30, I should say. or 54. 29, in fact. 70 for 1 off 17. So England need a little trick or two now. I think a change may be required for Bishop. We're not seeing a lot of purchase here. England have got other bowling. Gary Park bowls a nice medium pace and he's very accurate. We've got Mo Akhtar. And that's... Oh, it's just gone down the leg side. He's given it as a wide, the umpire. There can't have been much margin in that. Easy single down to the long off region there for Beadle. So all Australia need to do is just keep knocking it around. England need wickets. And it's up in the air, he's caught! So Naylor's taken a wicket, caught by Gary Park at that mid-wicket region. That's what England needed. 72 for 2. And that's the brilliant wicket of Hunt, who's gone. So England right back in this now. The skipper, Justin Poole, striding out to the wicket quickly. He's not hanging around. He wants to take it to England. And Beadle's there. So Naylor's struck for England. That was an absolutely timely wicket for England. England just taking a drink. There's no need to hurry. Beadle's also having a drink. So Greg Hunt, his scores 15 runs off 24 balls and 2 fours with a strike rate of 62.5. So he was up there with Hemming, but he's not hung around for long enough. Captain Justin Poole, I think this is a very crucial innings for Australia. If England get him cheaply, then there might spark a little bit of panic in the Australian batting. England right back in this game. Sean Park, the keeper, is just coming back into view now. He's just had a pop off, obviously, to sort something out with his gloves or himself, but the umpire's still conferring. That was a great wicket for England and much, much needed. So their spirits are going to be lifted here. What's Paul got in the locker? That's a big shout for LBW. Umpire's not interested in that. Looked as though that was just going down the leg side. Started certainly around that middle stump and would have turned. I'm sure there's quite a lot of turn in this wicket. So good start by Naylor, putting the captain Poole under the pump. Just played a nice on drive there. So very sweetly timed by Poole to get off the mark. Big gap in the mid-wicket region. I'm not... Oh! And that's why Stevens has probably opened that up, just to let Beadle know that he's got to just move his body round and might get a leading edge as a catch to Stevens at first slip. But there's a big open area there in the mid-wicket region. And that's a big shout for LBW. Not out is the call from the umpire, so Steve Naylor's all over the batsman, the Australian batsman at the moment, like a rash. End of the over. 73 for 2. Things starting to spice up a little bit now. 18 overs gone. We're getting towards the 20th over. Bishop still to continue. Need a good over from Bishop here. Keep things tight. Driven for no run. Stevens the man at mid-off. That was interesting just at lunchtime there, and who you see, and having lunch and watching the game. Andy Moles from Warwickshire, the opening bat, who's lived in South Africa for a number of years, was there. So, and that's a bit uppish. Looks as though that's going to be certainly 2. Chris Hewison stopped that, so that's a great stop from Huey, and throw. So 2 runs saved certainly 2 with a 4 there potentially. So it was good to see Andy Moles, great stalwart for many seasons of Warwickshire County Cricket Club, and that's taken by Park. That sort of shot from Paul can so easily catch an edge. So well taken by Sean Park, standing up. And that's well bowled. A little bit slower there from Bishop. Good cricket. Good thinking brain on those shoulders. Bishop has. Australia won't mind this though. They don't need to keep up with the run rate. They've still got plenty of wickets left in hand. And again, that's a very good ball from Bishop. Just keeping Paul on his back haunches. Just a single down to the behind square region. Mo Akhtar's the man there. And the end of the over. So 19 overs gone. 76 for 2. I'm loving this contest between Naylor, Beadle and Poole. Especially between the Australian captain here and Naylor. And again, that's great pick up by Park in that mid-wicket region. Really strong there, so quick to get round. And well played by Paul. Oh, that was close. Just went back to that. Little indifferent bounce there. I think Paul plays grade cricket still. Second grade. Don't know a lot about the Australian players and where they play, but looks as though he's still a very competent cricketer. Big shout by Naylor, but very much in optimism. He's got good shot selection. Looks to play the sweep. Haven't seen him play the reverse sweep yet. Not sure whether that's in his armoury. He plays the ball, each ball on its merits there. No runs there. So, coming up to the last ball of the over. England putting pressure on Australia here. little bit shorter, just played out, no run there. So that's a good over from Naylor. That's a maiden. That's 20 overs gone, 76 for 2. Just have a quick look at that score. South Africa versus New Zealand. Always like to keep up with what's going on. And New Zealand are really pushing on now. So they've overcome that deficit of 3 wickets very early on. They're now 126 for 3 against South Africa, 227 for 7. So they've got plenty of overs left in the bag there, New Zealand. 22 overs. And they've got to get 102 runs. 102 runs in 22 with 7 wickets in hand and a run rate of 4.64. So New Zealand look as though they're going quite easily towards the total that South Africa has set. James Marshall is the batsman there, and Scott Mara's pushed on as well. He's got 52, Scott Mara, and James Marshall, brother of Hamish Marshall, who played for Gloucestershire, county cricketer, and also James Marshall was a county cricketer, 58 or 56 balls. Great to see that fight back there by New Zealand. Driven. Ben Fraser's the new bowler, and that's brilliant fielding there by Gary Park. I'm loving this contest between slow bowler and batsman. It's just going to tickle down. Could be 2 runs there, quite easy too. Paul looks as though he's not that quick between the wickets. Maybe he didn't want a 2 and he was just walking back to start with. Just pushing Mo round. He's probably not the most athletic fielder in the England side, but does a great job. Wait till you see him get the ball in hand. And it's gone to him again, so he can't stop going after the ball. Fraser needs to keep this tight. A little bit too left and right at the moment of the batsman. Needs to come in and save the singles. Keep everything really, really tight, England do. Brooksbank is just moving round to deep point. Just for that sort of slap through. Oh, that's turned big time, and the big an appeal, but it again looks as though it's gone down the leg side. Fraser appealing for everything there, perhaps in hope, perhaps in that he thought it was out. Big-hearted player. That was very close, I'd say, but he got a bat on it by the looks of things, and that's gone for 4 runs. So 4 runs to Paul there, and Australia move on to 83 for 2. End of the over there. Oh no, 1 to come, sorry, apologies, my error. 1 to come. Fraser 0 for 14 at the moment. And a catch and bowled, so he's taken his wicket. So Paul is out, he's hit that back to Fraser, and the 3rd wicket falls of Australia. 83 for 3. So the new incoming batsman is Richard Wilde, number 5 on his back. Sorry, number 4. Well, I thought it. Yes, he is. Yes, I'm correct. We got 4 and 5 there together. Sorry. Let's just have a few stats there for Mr. Poole. 8 runs, 17 balls, 1 4, no sixes, and caught and bowled by Ben Fraser for his first wicket of the game. So spin doing the trick today for England. We thought it might. The Australian bowlers bowled beautifully the spin, and certainly the medium pace of Pinelli, who took 4 wickets, was fantastic. But that is a crucial breakthrough. I said Paul needed to hang around there, so it's going to put Wilde under some pressure here. He's in the floppy cap at the non-striker's end, and it's Naylor to continue. Kept low, just the single. Beadles working hard to keep Australia very much on the front foot here. 34 off his 61 balls, so working very, very hard. Left-handed. Wild. And that's a big shout for LBW. Beadle at the non-striker's end came all the way down, or at least halfway down, and had to go all the way back. Wilde was certainly stuck at the crease. There's a big shout again, and he's given here, and Naylor's taken the 4th Australian wicket. Wilde looks on, long way down the track, but he's been given out, LBW, by Naylor. So that's England's 4th wicket of the Australian innings. Things are starting to heat up here at the Rondebosch Oval. Oh my goodness, that's just amazing, England. Oh. So I was just having a quick look at the scorecard there. 84 for 4 off 21. It's Stephen Naylor who's taken his 2nd wicket there. New batsman is Luke Jackson, number 9, right-handed bat. England's towels are up. Naylor's on fire here. Mo's warming up at mid-off. He's keen to get on, get his leg spin into the game. Long way to go yet for both teams. It's well played by Jackson. Nice strong start. I feel a lot is going to rest on the shoulders of Beadle in this game. He has to stay there. If he doesn't, that could be curtains for Australia. No reason why he shouldn't as well. He's been playing beautifully. Beadle needs some support the other end. That's gone up in the air, just over the infield. Should be 2 runs. Ben France is the man chasing. And in it comes. So 2 runs there. Off that 22nd over, the score is 86 for 4. So what a turnaround we've seen here. The introduction of the spin and the changing and rotation of the bowlers has proved just what England needed. A real tonic. Can see a lot more energy in the English fielding there now. Steve Naylor's brought that to bear, and a very tight off spin. Fraser's got to continue that, and he's put him down the third man. That should run away. Beadle, well chased there. Really good chase. Johnny Whiteman was the fielder there. He's very quick. And again, not sure what quite is going on here. The umpires are conferring. Seems to be some discussion between the players and the umpires, but sure what he was signalling there. Looks as though it's still 2 runs to me. Yeah, I think there's just a little adjustment in the field here. That's right. I think that's right. You've got to keep just to stop that little dab down to third, pushing the deep point round. And that's well played by Beadle. Nice. Good cricket. Good cricket by Beadle. Just pushing it into the gaps, making the England bowlers work for their lines. England in the hunt here for a 5th wicket. Nicely played to the onside. Bishop's the man down there. It'll just be the single. Jackson moves on to 3. Beadle's on 37. And that's gone down to Bishop again. Sometimes very difficult to pick up the ball with this pink ball. And we've seen quite a few catches dropped it in the air. Certainly yesterday, I mean, Namibia dropped 4 catches. And when this pink ball goes up in the air against the blue sky, it's very difficult to see it. That's well bowled by Fraser. Nice and full. No width. Oh, that was so close. He got a bat on that. That would have been LBW, I'm sure. But he's just popped that round the corner for a single. So that's a good over. 92 for 4 Australia, off 23 at the halfway mark. All getting very tight. England need wickets. Australia need runs. Steve Naylor to continue this great spell. 2 for 12 he is, off 4. That's good bowling from Naylor. I'm loving this spell, this intensity from England. Great battle between these two sides. Oh, Jackson nearly caught on the crease there. Just coming through. He bowls with a good pace, Naylor. Nothing short is required. Well played by Jackson as well. That's hopping around he was, but clearly doing a little bit off the track still. Nice on drive there by Jackson. A little bit too straight there from Naylor. Only 1 off the over so far. It's nicely played by Beadle. He's just nudging and nurdling nicely, showing all his experience and class. Not letting the bowler get on top of him or the situation. 2 off the over so far. Naylor needs to close this up. Oh, he's big shout there by Naylor. And it's not given. Jackson wipes his brow. He knows he was in a little bit of difficulty there, but he must have been outside the line. Very full. Just going down the leg side, the umpire says. Can't see from our end. A little bit fuller there, and that's picked up. Oh, there's nearly a run out there from Stevens. Good backing up there by Johnny Whiteman, but that was a brilliant pick-up by Stevens. One-handed throw at the wickets, just missed. That would have been out by miles. And that would have been the 5th wicket down. Is that the telling sign for Australia? Is that the luck they need? 95 for 4 off 24. So we're nearly into the 20 overs. Halfway there on the score, halfway there on the overs. As I can hear the English fielders, every ball, every ball. Same for the Australian batsmen, every ball. It's just popped up there, but no run. Gary Park's the man at mid-wicket there. You can't see him in your screen, but just out of shot. Bit fuller there from Fraser. Nicely got onto by Jackson. Just gave it a little bit more air there. Don't think you need to give it as much air on this track. There's plenty doing off the like Naylor's bowling, nice and tight and flat. That's much better. That's a big shout for LBW. And that's turned down by the umpire. So lots of potential LBWs coming thick and fast here. Australia just looking as though they're not sure what shot to play. Fraser thought that was out. Probably like most bowlers, he thinks everything's out, and rightly so. If it's on the pads in the front, and that's just played down, that could be a man non-strike end. Oh, there was a quick piece of cricket there from Johnny Whiteman. So nicely backed up by Darren Stevens. So it's all happening here at the Ronda-Bosch Oval. Sorry, I should say the Terry Eckstein Oval. No run there. Mo Akhtar is the man coming in there. Just out of your shot. Lovely passage of play this is in the game. Oh, that kept low and very well kept out by Jackson. So that was good batting from Jackson. He's a little unsure whether he's going back and playing a shot or just defending the ball. Beadle's just having a word with him. So Fraser, another good over there. 97 for 4 off 25. We're into T20 mode here now. That doesn't look a lot, 100 runs. It's only 5 and over. Who have we got on now? And that's Mo Akhtar. What a time for the vice-captain to come to the wicket to bowl his leg spin. Got a man down deep at the mid-wicket region. Deep square. Just behind square. Short on the third. Deep point. Need a long on probably. England can only have 4 out of the circle at the present time until the last power play at 30 overs. So Mo Akhtar coming on from the far end, bowling his leg spin. See what he can do. Had a good World Cup so far, Mo. Fierce competitor. Got no protection in the ring on the, I should say, in the side of the 30 yards on the leg stump. There, for example, I think England need to have a fielder down there because it's just too easy, that single. Man comes in from the boundary for the right hand. And one, just Gary Park just coming across, but certainly keeping that open in the mid-wicket region. No, they're not now. That's being closed off by Ben Fraser. So the skipper, Darren Stevens, has gone into mid-wicket. And Ben Fraser's come to mid-on. No man on the short 45. Oh, that's well played. Well played, really well played by Jackson there. Used his feet well. A few more changes in the field now. Stevens keeping it, not keeping it as maybe the Australians would like, keeping them thinking who's going where. He's coming into slip, moving Bishop round more to point. Oh, that's just gone past the outside edge. Jackson likes to play off the back foot. He could get caught with a googly. If he doesn't read that one. It's just gone to Bishop at just behind point. So Jackson's just letting the ball come onto him. Crowd is waiting. Bated breath on the balcony. Hush. Bit short from him. He's pulled him. There's a man out there. George Brooksbank. Should be just a single. Don't think he got... Well, he didn't get everything on that, for sure. Lung characteristically short there from Mo Akhtar. Only 2 off the over so far, though. Oh, that's just got past the diving Gary Park for one. But nicely backed up there by Ben Fraser. That's a brilliant over for England. 3 off the over. 100 for 4 up for Australia. So they're right back in the game here. Target is 202 to win. Jackson's on 8 and Beadle's on 42. Fraser to continue. He's bowled 6 overs so far. That's well placed to the non-striking end. And there's no one there, so that's going to be extra runs for England. 2 runs there to Australia, so unlucky from Naylor there. No one was there at the stumps when he threw, but Nick Compton backed up brilliantly to stop it from going for a 4. Nicely played off the legs by Beadle. He's going to have a shy there, Stevens. Oh, and that's close. Oh, it just got Beadle on the ribs, and he's just gone down. Completely unintentional, just popped up and got him right on the ribs. The England players just surround him, as you do. But he needs some air there. Get the first aid onto him. That was a well-taken run. So we're just going to have a little pause in the action here whilst the players take on some drinks, and Cosbeadle gets looked at. Looks okay, he's getting up on his feet. Yeah, he looks fine, so a little bit roughed up there from the ball hitting him, but looks a fighter, Cosbeadle. Just while we're waiting for the players to get set, a quick look at the South Africa score versus New Zealand. New Zealand 161 for 3 or 30, so only need 67 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Tight here, straight to Stevens. Good throw from Stevens, what an arm! 48 years of age, and he still throws it in like a 20-year-old there. It's fantastic to see. This is Masters cricket at its best. It's just gone down the leg side. May have had too much on the revs on the ball. Johnny Whiteman's the man chasing. That'll be 2. 2 byes, I'm sure. Or 2 wides. Yes, 2 wides given. England just need to calm things down a little bit here. Fraser's got to find that line and length again. Can't let the moment get to you. I know that's easier said than done. That's better! He's just got bat on that, kept low, so Jackson wasn't quite sure what he was doing, whether he was playing back or not, but there's a wicket potentially here if Fraser keeps bowling that line. Oh, and that's hit his pads again. Fraser's showing all the emotions, and that was a good over there. 1 for 28, Fraser, off 7. Really good spell of bowling. So Fraser's adding to his batting effort, keeping England very much in touch. Fraser's got another ball still to come, I believe. Not sure. Oh, yeah. It's a wide ball, wasn't there? That's well bowled. It's well bowled by Fraser and well played by Jackson. Just used his feet. And that is the end of the over. So 106 for 4 off 27. 18 to go. Just says a little bit about the bowling and the batting. And Luke Jackson has had 22 balls and scored 8. Cosbeadle, who looked very well set when the ball was new, 71 balls for 45 so far. So he's not far away from his 50. England need Mo Akhtar to weave his magic. I think that's what Darren Stevens is saying. There's a big gap in that. Yep, and he's just pulling Bishop round. I think that's a good shout from England. That just closes the gap up there. Probably moves the deep mid-wicket round, squarer. So England got to stop these singles. And that's nicely driven by Beadle. George Brooksbank is the man down there. This is a game of the highest quality of Masters cricket. It's got all the excitement, the nerves are jangling, and there's a lovely crowd, all played in the right spirit, that spirit of cricket. Slightly more open in his stance, Jackson, to the leg spinner. That's played nicely out on the offside, so didn't have any problem with that off the back foot. And he's picked him up. There's a man down there. And he's going to go. Sexy little beauty, he says. And that takes Beadle to 50. So that's a big round of applause for Beadle, who's got 52 off 73 balls. And rightly, a good round of applause. Played on the leg side there. Naylor's the man who came round. The cries were Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Great atmosphere at the Terry Eckstein Oval here. A little bit shorter, it's pulled. Could be a 4 there. And he's just pulled it up inside, so well fielded from... That's Nick Compton's a man out there who's very quick. Score moves on to 117 for 4, the 28th over. Oh, that was a bump ball. Jackson had a big smile on his face. Just touching his hamstring there. So that's the end of the over. 117 for 4. Target's 202. And we've got a change of bowling here. Darren Stevens is the man coming on for Ben Fraser. Hasn't bowled yet, Darren Stevens. Feel that it's a captain's bowling is required here to stop the Australian rot. Sorry, the English bowlers. So good play by these two, Jackson and Beadle. Coming round the wicket, Stevens. Sean Park is standing up. We've got a third man just behind point. You can't see from your screen. Obviously, all the players seem to be out of your shot. One player just behind point. One player. Just sorting out the side screens here whilst we wait for that to happen. Yeah, one behind point. Gary Gary Park as it's short extra. We've got a long on. Sorry, long off, apologies. And in comes Stevens. And it's a quick, could be a run out. England need to hit. Oh, he's just missed. That would have been out by a long way. Beadle would have been out. That's 2 shies now, Naylor's had. Unfortunately missed both, but good effort there, good pick-up. So Stevens starting to make things happen by coming on. Australian fielders walking around the boundary, getting a little anxious. Kept low, and that's gone past the inner ring. Naylor didn't see that. Brooksbank is the man out there. That's 2 runs to Australia, to Jackson. Jackson starting to wrestle the initiative back for Australia. This has ebbed and flowed, this game. Oh, that came back. That was very close. Had he not got bat on that, that would have been a big shout. A little bit short there from Stevens. Just played down to the 3rd man region. Throw comes in. Mo Akhtar's the man down there. England needs something out of the bag here. And that's Fraser's a little bit deep there, mid-on. Easy single there for Beadle. England needs to pull some of these fielders in, I think, to put some pressure on the batters, even if it's going to go past them. That's well bowled by Stevens. Got a nice little spring in his step. That's the end of the over. Just 5 off the over. 122 for 4 off 29. Target's 202 to win for Australia. Australia did bowl very well in the England innings. They had them 5 wickets down for not a lot. I think it was about 60 odd. Until there was a rescue effort from Gary Park, Justin Bishop and Sean Park. And the 2 Park brothers between them pretty much scored half of the England runs. So, you know, you lose wickets like that, you need to put on at least 250 to make the Australian batsmen work hard. But they're doing that with the ball now, England. A few little changes there as they move Naylor and Park across. Akhtar continuing. England need to keep their cool here. Coming round the wicket is Mo Akhtar. 1 wicket. It's just played in. Oh, it could. That's a great piece of running by Cos Beadle there. Very good piece of running. Jackson's played a really good supporting role here. 14 or 30 balls. Doesn't need to do anything, just needs to stay with Beadle. Just uses his feet well there, Jackson, to come down the track. Picks that on the full. It's well played and quickly in. Well done, Johnny Whiteman there, the fielder, came in close. And that's gone down to the man there, Justin Bishop, just a single. So Australia very content just to take singles. Waiting for the bad ball. Into the last 2 balls of this over before the third power play, and drinks at 30. Another little field change there. Naylor's just coming across. You'll see him in your screen shortly into the slip region. Stevens just changing it up. Oh, that was well played by Jackson. Got right back, played it right in front of him, and that's the end of the over. So that's the end of the 30th over. That'll be drinks, and we'll have a short break. Okay, welcome back. We've had another drinks break for the second power play. So now England can have 5 fielders outside the ring if they want. Let's just have a quick look at some of the other scores in the Group A, which impact on England. Canada, over 40s, 229 for 5. They've currently got 4 points in Group A. England have got 6. Australia have got 6. USA 171 for 4, so they're pushing Canada. They need 59 in 14 overs with 6 wickets remaining, so that's going to be very close. Zishan Mohammed's got 91, so that would if they won, give the USA 2 points, and it would certainly dent Canada's chances. England play Canada on Sunday in the final group game. In the South Africa versus New Zealand fixture, New Zealand chasing South Africa's 227 for 7, and New Zealand 185 for 3, 34.1 overs. They only need 43 runs in 10 overs, so with 7 wickets remaining, you think 3.97 as a run rate required is easily achievable. James Marshall 78, and Scott Mara having an absolute bonus time out there today. 91 off 102 balls. Third power play here, the Terry Eckstein Oval, Rondebosch Cricket Club. England trying to defend 201. Darren Stevens, the man, on to bowl. And it's just gone wide of Park, who's diving. It's a single to Beadle. Takes him on to 57 or 59. He's playing with some authority now. Still feel that there's something in the game here for England. Jackson just back, looking, watchful. Not sure whether he is playing anything on the back foot there or just covering, making sure that nothing's getting through. That's a nice full ball, big appeal there, just outside. Just outside, I would say, the off stump there. But really good appeal from Stevens. Just cut down to the third man region. Should be 2 runs there to Mo Akhtar as the fielder down there. Good throw, but Sean Park looking for that throw. No one was there to look to mop it up. So 2 runs to Jackson, sorry. That is well bowled by Stevens, right on the money. Oh, that was so close. He went back. That was great bowling from Stevens. Finishes the over. He's 0 for 8 off 2. England chasing down, well, trying to chase down or keep down the score. 128 for 4 off 31. 14 overs to go. 202 runs required by Australia. Mo Akhtar coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Just driven out. No run there. Stevens quickly there to cut that down. That single. That's gone up high. There's no one there. That's 6 runs. Hit high into the long on region. So Beadle scores 6. Takes him on to 64. Pow, he said. Take that. Look, he's picking Mo Akhtar's leg spin up quite easy. Just waiting for the ball that's fuller. New balls required. Or a new ball. Like for like. Umpire's just gone off. Yeah, new ball. Well, no, not a new ball, but a like for like replacement based on the age of the ball at this time in the innings. Umpire just showing the ball to the batsman, who's allowed to look at the ball. He's happy with that, Beadle. So Mo Akhtar, pressure on him now. And that's a catch, should be a catch, and it's held! So Beadle is the man out. Caught by Stevens, the England captain, off the bowling of Akhtar for 64 off 82 balls. So a loose shot from Beadle, who's played a magnificent innings. But he's allowed England into this game now. Big round of applause for him, rightly so. He's played a magnificent innings. Kept it all together for Australia. Danny Batra is the new batsman in it. Number 16 on his shirt, it should be. Yep, with those bright yellow pads. So, what have Australia got left in the tank? We said England needed a wicket. It came hard, it came low to Stevens, who unflinchingly just took it. It showed all those years of experience as a county professional, and Mo Akhtar takes a wicket, his first wicket of the game. 1 for 23 off 3.3, so he's been reasonably expensive, but he's taken the all-important wicket of Cos Beadle. Tails are up in the England camp now. This game is ebbing and flowing. Played to the offside, so there's a single there. Well played. So Batra's off the mark. Comes down the track, he's hit over the top. Should be just a single. There is a man down there, just outside your screen. That's Chris Hewison, Number 28. Well left there. Looked like that was a googly from Akhtar. And that's the end of the over. 136 for 5. Targets 202 for Australia. Stevens can't keep him out of the game, the captain. Beautiful catch that was off Akhtar. Went hard to take the chief destroyer from Australia. He's going to continue bowling from the commentary end. Stevens has still got 7 overs left in the account. It's just play there, back to the bowler. Almost pushing at it, just getting an inside edge there. Oh, that's taken on the chest by Sean Park. That just leapt up off a length there. What a brave take that was from Sean Park. Just throws that ball back to his brother Gary. Gary saying, "You all right, mate?" That was a smashing take. That saved 4 runs, that did, for England. Jackson facing. Oh, that kept lower than probably Jackson would have liked. Oh, that kept low as well. That's good bowling from Stevens. He's making Jackson work for these runs. And he won off the over. 2 balls to go. He's got to keep things tight. As we all know in club cricket, if you can keep these last 2 balls tight, you go out on a good high there on that over. No runs for the new bat. Off this over required from England's perspective. That's straight, and that's good bowling from Stephen, showing all his class there. Got to keep it stump to stump. Just pushing the long on back. Last ball of the over, got to keep it tight, England. A little bit wider there, you see you can dab that down. Should be just a single there. Akhtar's the fielder, and that's a super throw in from Mo Akhtar. So just 2 off the over there. Pushing the run rate up a little bit more. 138 for 5 off 33. Few little changes in the field there, just to ensure that Mo Akhtar pulled away from when he was bowling. Batterers on 2. Jackson's on 19. What can this partnership do? That's a good line and length from Akhtar. Akhtar's still got 5 overs left in the can for him, so he'll be looking to bowl all his 9 if he's kept on, but he'll certainly be looking to do that. He's got to bowl tight. Anything will happen in those last 10 overs. And that's taken out. He's out. That's stunned by Sean Park. So Batra goes for 2 of 6 balls, and England have taken the wicket, the 6th wicket of Australia. 138 for 6 of 33.3. Is that 6 or 5? England all in a huddle there, and that was great bowling. I was just saying that, you know, England have got to keep it tight, and Mo Akhtar, he's the man there. So he's got 2 wickets for 25 at the moment. Smiles all over the England faces, but there's still a long way to go in this. As we know in cricket, nothing's over and nothing's finished until the last ball is bowled. Baker's the new man in. Stephen Baker, the wicket-keeper, number 3 on the back. Just looks a little bit more fragile, the Australian batting further down. I think in the games that Australia have played, they may have had an unchanged batting lineup in those higher order positions. So now it's a chance for the lower order to show their worth for Australia. I'm sure they will. Mo Akhtar to continue. 3 balls left. That's nicely played to the offside. That could be 4 runs. So Baker's taken the fight to England. 4 runs off his first ball. Seems to be a thing for wicket keepers, because Sean Park also scored a 4 through that region off his first ball. England need to tighten this up. That was a little bit short from Akhtar. A bit wide. That's going to be a wide, I suspect. Not given us a wide. Wow, that looked very wide. Past the return crease. There are 2 return creases there, so maybe that's a little confusing for the umpire. And he's out! He's been caught! He's been given out now. So Steve Naylor has taken the catch. Baker didn't want to go, but he's got to go now. Umpire's raised his finger, and that's the 7th wicket for England. Barmy Army have started, that's the over-40s Barmy Army, have started chanting from the Terry Eckstein Oval. 7 wickets down now for Australia. Is there a comeback? Is there a sting in the tail for England? New batsman in is Ryan Snate, number 34. So Australia not changing the order here. Not looking for any pinch hitters, just to move things along, sticking with the same order. Things really hotting up here now. Since that catch by Darren Stevens to get out Cosbeadle, things have changed dramatically for Australia. (142 for 7, Australia. The old enemies battling hard. England mustn't get complacent here and think this is one, because it's not one. Australia are still very much in with a shout, and they've got to believe in themselves. They've only got 50 odd runs to score. 3 wickets in hand. 64 runs actually. $60 runs, sorry, needed in 11 overs. Just on the leg side, so that'll be a single. Just that looks like a leg bye, and that's given. Just bringing up Bishop into the mid-on position. Stevens keeping it very tight. Nicely played to the onside. Gary Parks, the fielder there in the mid-wicket region. Anticipation building in the crowd here. Must be about 200 people here watching the game. That's beautifully bowled by Stevens. Just a little in-swing, late in-swing there. Yes, I think that's the shot that Snaper's got to go through with. He's got to start pushing the run rate now. Oh, that's just must have got an inside edge. Certainly onto the pad. Darren Stevens still bouncing in like an 18-year-old coming in on his first bowling. There he is. Has just gone wider. Nicely picked up by Hewison there, just out of your shot. Took it to his left. Oh, that's as well close. That was very well bowled. Just nipped back off a length. So that's the end of Stevens' over. Third over, I think, there. Sorry, fourth over. Stevens bowled 4 overs, 0 for 10.
It's 153.
Australia need 59 runs or 60 balls with 3 wickets in hand. That's just pushed out to Park. A sort of process of rebuilding required here from Australia. Jackson's still there. He's had a good innings so far, 19 or 45 balls. He's come down the track and he's gone up in the air, but it's gone over the infield. There's a man chasing round there. Should be 2. He's using his feet. So 2 more to the total, 144. 146. Sounds like an auction. Any more? Just a little bit of a lag on the scoring from where we are, based on the internet. That's well played by Jackson. Adjusted nicely there. Kept low. And that's gone. No, shout for LBW. Didn't look that close to me from here. Batsman Jackson came down the wicket, looked outside the line. Unfortunately, we can't show you a replay from that end. Let's just push that into the gully region. A little unsure, I think, Jackson, how to play Akhtar, where he's going to score his shots. Akhtar not giving him any width at the moment to swing at. That's very well bowled, and he's not sweeping him either, reverse sweeping or just general sweeping, so hasn't got the broom out yet to him, to Akhtar. But that's the end of the over. 146 for 7 off 36. Target is 202, I believe. Australia need 57 runs or 54 balls. With 3 wickets in hands and Stevens lead in the charge. Snape is facing. Bowled very well for Australia, Snape, in the first innings. Played on the onside, looking for 2. They're going to come back for 2. Could be to the non-striker's end, and there's 2 runs there. So, misfield there from France. So, momentum shifting. That's what Australia need to do. Keep taking the singles. No runs there. Good bowling from Stevens, keeping it tight. There's a man down there, could be run out. There, that's good running. Good running from Jackson through to the end where the throw was coming in. This is a thrilling end to the last third of the game. What would Danny Morrison say about this? Played out to the offside. Naylor's there. No run. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Bowler and batsman. Oh, he's got that off there. It could be a run out. Park's there, and he's straight into Sean Park. Quickly round. Takes a big divot out of the turf like an Ernie Els striking of the ball. And that's very well bowled again by Stevens. Great over that for England, 0 for 13. Stevens so far off his 6 overs. 5 or 6? 5. 5 overs, apologies. The screen changes very quickly here. So as we get on to the new bowler. $148 so far. Cosbeadle's been the man of the moment for Australia. 64 off 83 balls. Jeff Hemmings, 17 off 26 balls. Greg Hunt, 15 off 24 balls. And then single figures for Justin Paul, 8 off 17 balls. Richie Wild, 0 off 2 balls. Mo Akhtar to continue. Luke Jackson's still on, 28, 21 not out. Pulled. Possibly 2. Not going to chance the arm of Nick Compton there, and rightly so. Danny Batra, 2 off 7 balls. Stephen Baker, the keeper, 4 off 3 balls. And Ryan Snape in here, 3 off 8 balls. It's played down. Bishop's the man there, and there's no run. Straight into the keeper. 150 for 7, so the 150 is up for Australia. It's gone in the air. It's going to fall short. It's just a single there, so Jackson's taking a little bit of a risk there, but it's paid off. Could be could be 2 there. Batsmen are coming back. Brooksbank with the left hand, yes, and that's 2 runs to Australia. So good running there from Australia. And Snape takes another 2 runs. Takes his score on to 6 off 10 balls. It's a little bit too easy there. And that's good play from Australia. 2 more runs. It's going to give some thinking time to Darren Stevens now. Mo Akhtar's just bowled a little bit too short there. Probably needs to bowl a little bit more of the googlies because there's just a big gap in that offside region. That's just played again into the offside, so looks to be quite easy for Australia there. 1 more run to the target, 156 for 7, and that's the end of the 38th over. Are we going to see a change of bowling from the far end? Still overs in hand for Ben Fraser. He's got 2 overs in hand if they want to use slow bowlers. Steve Naylor's got 4 overs in hand. So Steve's bowled really well so far. 2 for 15. I fear he's a contender to come back. And Ben Fraser, 1 for 28 off 7. Stevens is continuing. He's 0 for 13 so far off 5. And he keeping it wicket to wicket. This is going to go all the way, right to the wire. And he's pulled him away. Should be just a single, though. Brooksbank is the out there, so good left arm thrown in to the keeper. Australia getting singles, which is what they need. Keep the strike ticking over. And that's nicely played down to the 3rd man region there. So another single, this time from Jackson. Little change in the field. Stevens just suggesting that Johnny Whiteman should go down to fine leg. Still 4 in the ring. It's a little bit wider of fine leg. It's played on the onside. Gary Park's the fielder. He saves a single there in the infield. No more runs. 2 off this over. Run rate is 6.92. That's well bowled. Nice and straight there from Stevens. Unerringly accurate. That's exactly what England need. Nothing short, nothing wide of the stumps. Up to Captain Stevens here. Looking at his field. Lusty blow, and it's gone for 6 over the leg side boundary. Pow! Take that, says the batsman. Ryan Snape, take a bow. He's now got 10 of 13 balls. And there's a single there, so Snape's looking for 2. Shouldn't get that 2. That's a good over for Australia. So after Darren Stevens, 0 for 22 off 6. So I fear there might be a change required there. Just to break it up. Yeah, I thought we'd see Naylor come on. He's only had 5 overs so far, 2 for 15. Is he the game changer? And Ben Fraser, 1 for 28 so far. He's still got 2 left, so still plenty of overs for the slower bowlers. More off spin. Maybe they can set a field to that if they're looking to hit deep on the mid-wicket. Deep square boundary. Steve Naylor. On the back foot there, saved by Gary Park, just on the infield, 1 run. Snape very content to just keep ticking it over. Jackson again, there's a gap there. Got to probably bring a fielder in, get them hidden over the top. That's well bowled by Steve Naylor. Got to keep it down under that required run rate. And that's well bowled by Naylor. Just goes past the outside edge, but great line and length there from Naylor. Required run rate so far is 6.75. Just the 2 runs off this over. It's short and it's pulled. Should be just picked up there, which it is. Johnny Whiteman is the man down there. Three off the over. Last ball of the over. Can't afford to go for a boundary. Naylor here. And that's nicely bowled by Naylor. So Jackson couldn't get him away. That takes it up to the 40th over. 5 overs to go. 202 the total that they Aussies require. Gee, this is heart-stopping stuff. got a change of bowling. Looks as though Ben Fraser might be coming on, or is Darren Stevens still on? Yep. Looks like he wants to take the ball, taking on the captain's role there. And it's pulled him. There is a man down there. He's got to get down high, and he does. Diving stop to his right. That's a great piece of fielding. Save 4 runs there. Only the 2. So Johnny Whiteman's the man down there, diving to his right. That's well bowled by Stevens. No width. Snape at the moment is on 21 of 23, and he's played a fantastic innings with Jackson, who's hung around for 58 balls so far for 24 runs. It's just played down to the third man region. Just a single, might be a 2. No, great throw in from Akhtar there. Right over the stumps to Sean Park. 3 runs off the over. 6.75 was the required run rate before we started this over. It's now at 7.11. So those 4s are crucial to stop for England. Oh, that's just gone past the outside edge of the bat. Well taken by Sean Park. And there's a take there, but it's down the leg side. No, it doesn't matter. Maybe it's... Is he given a wide? No. No, he's not given a wide. It may have come off something there. His pad. So Darren Stevens keeping everything tight for England. Lovely take from Sean Park, wasn't it? Gee, that was just first class. There's a big shout for LBW, not being listened to by the umpire. Looked very close to me. I don't know if we can get an action replay on that, but that looked very close. Of all the ones we've seen recently, that looked very close. But anyway, that's 173 for 7 off 41. So 4 overs to go. Not sure why the Australian number 2 is coming on. He hasn't been asked to come on. Umpire's having a few words with him. Steve Naylor to continue. 2 for 18 off his 6 so far. There's a man down there. It's just going to be Johnny Whiteman. He's got to stop the 2. And he does. Backed up. Nicely taken by Park. Running back. 174. It's gone up high. No, it's got into his pad. Jackson just looking to try and get it over the infield. That's gone up in, well, it's bounced off the ground, gone up in the air. That's just a single. That's what England need to do. Keep them down to singles. Can't afford 4s and 6s. Run rate is up to 8 now. That's just played down beautifully through a third man region. And that's going to be 4 runs. So 4 more to the Australian total. Takes them on to 179 for 7. Smashing cricket from both sides here. Intensity just rising. The temperature is rising. That's driven to the Gary Park, who's there, and picked up and thrown into Sean Park. So, good brother combination there. 6 off the over so far. 1 ball to come. Needs to keep this as a dot. Snake the batter. That's well played. Oh, they've taken a cheeky little single there. So, a little bit of indecision in the England fielding there. Stevens looks pretty tired. He's played 4 games in nearly as many days, and bowled and batted. So time for perhaps a change for the England bowling. Or is it time for Stevens to rise above it and take the remaining wickets? 180 for 7, 3 overs left, 202. 22 is the required number of runs, or 3 overs. They scored 201, they only need 202 to win. They can't be right though. They got 201 England, so it's 202 to win, isn't it? Yeah. So it's 22. That's wrong.
But they have 201. My first innings with the extra run, so this target is 203. This is run. I had to do 1 year, so this is 179. This is good.
Just waiting for the umpires. Just checking the score here. Just want the scoreboard to keep up with the play, which is important for the fielders and for the batters. So that says 179, the score. We're at 180 for 7. So there's a run adrift here. And that's gone up in the air. There's a man down there. That's George, and he's taken him. That's George Brooksbank. Out. Snape is out. Didn't quite get hold of the ball. And obviously didn't go to the boundary. So an 8th wicket falls for Australia. Australia are not out of this yet. England celebrating, but there is still a number of balls to go, and that's a brilliant round of applause for Ryan Snape. What a great innings. So Stevens takes his first wicket. And that brings James Pinelli to the wicket, number 23 on his back, who bowled beautifully with his 4 wickets in the first innings for Australia. What can he do? Is he going to pull it out of the bag like he did with the ball? Is he going to do it with the bat for Australia? Big support and following for Darren Stevens here from the Over-40s Barmy Army. Played that down nicely. Just a single there. Don't need to do any more than that at the moment. Backed up. That's played off his legs nicely by Jackson. Just a single. The main scoreboard here seems to be all over the place, unfortunately. Now it's 223, which is completely wrong. Not sure what's going on with the main scoreboard here. A little bit shorter, cut down to the third man region. So Pinelli just plays that easily down there. He's obviously biding his time, waiting for the bad ball. Ball's gone up and there's no run there to Park. Quickly back on the fielding throw. Appeal there from Sean Park. Last ball of the 43rd over. Yep, wisely Stevens is putting another man back there. Gary Park's gone down to deep mid-wicket. Give him the single. And that's nicely placed. Yeah, just a single there. That brings Jackson back onto strike, sorry. So that's the end of the 43rd over there. And Stevens working all his magic, all those years of professional cricket. Need to get the score right here on the main board. 183 it's showing. Yeah, so.
This is one extra visual looking here though. So I just added a mid pass so that this is right. In the previous over, there was an extra run at the line. So the target's supposed to be 2 and 2, but it's 2 and 3.
Target is 202. "19 runs required. Just the one run there. George Brooksbanks is the man coming in from the deep here. It's classic cricket this is, right at the end after 90 overs nearly of cricket. Comes down to the last 2 overs. Pinelli to face. And he's played that down the ground. They're just falling short of Mo Akhtar. 1 run. Played out to square leg, just behind. Ben Fraser's the man there. No, it's Johnny Whiteman. Great throw from Johnny Whiteman in. Three runs off the over. Naylor keeping it really tight. 16 off 9 balls. And it's gone square. There's a man out there. It's going to be 4. And it just evades Nick Compton there at square leg. So that was the shot that Australia needed. Pinelli cannot keep out of the action. "12 runs off 8 balls. Australia have got 2 wickets in hand. Fighting all the way here, Australia. There's a big shout for LBW, but not given. Just the 1 leg by the looks of things. No, he's not actually signalled that, so it must have come off the bat. We can't see from our angle, so obviously the umpire's always right. That's gone up in the air, and that's going to go to the boundary for 4. No, it's just pulled back. Oh, it's just gone over the boundary. It's been pulled back. It's hit George Brooks' bang, and it's gone back over. So Australia have come back into this game from the depths, perhaps of despair. They've come back into the game, and now they need 8 runs off the last over of Stevens. What will be the tactic of Australia? Will it be to get the runs early, swing early, see where it goes, or just look for singles? The field's surely got to come in, stop the singles, but equally keep some men out. Mo Akhtar's just coming down to talk to Darren Stevens. Mo Akhtar's the vice captain. It's last over from Darren Stevens. Darren Stevens currently on 1 for 29 off 8. 8 runs required off 6 balls. Can't be right. Isn't it 190? 202 required. So that's 7, isn't it? If it's 202 required, it's 7 runs required to 195, isn't it? Ball's gone up in the air. Should be a single. Just a single. Bishop's there. Not Leckin to take the 2 there. Brings Jackson on strike. Ball's gone up in the air. No, it's come down. Just a single. Gary Park keeps it low. Just a single. One big hit from Australia will do it. 1 wicket for England will probably do it. The ball's gone up. It should be 1 run, and it's a underarm throw, so it's kept very tight. That was good cricket from Ben Fraser because there was no one backing up, and Darren Stevens was at the wicket. This is an absolute thriller. 3 balls to go. Got to be a big swing on this, I fear, on this ball for Australia. And he's held the catch! Chris Hewison takes the catch. And Stevens takes his second wicket. Caught by Chris Hewison. That's 9 wickets down for the Australians. So 2 balls left. Still not over though. Big round of applause for Jackson, Luke Jackson, 31 of 70 balls. Take a bow, Luke. Wonderful innings. Absolute ripper of a game here. Going right down to the last ball it will. Caught by Chris Hewison at the short extra cover. Went hard. England still have to keep their concentration. 5 runs off 2 balls. 1 wicket in hand. 1 lusty blow could do it for Australia over the ropes. A 4 and a single could do it. In comes Stevens. He comes down the tracks and he's got to get a 6 now. So England and Darren Stevens calm unless he bowls a no ball. Got to have long on, long off back, probably. He's just keeping everything tight. So that real professional approach from Darren Stevens. It's given everything to England in this tournament. Last ball. Australia require 5 runs. That's gone out to the leg side. That should be easy for Brooksbank to throw that in. Take the run out. And that looks like the game over and England win. Handshakes all round. What a game of cricket that was. 199 for 9 Australia. Or I've got on the main scoreboard 198. Maybe it hasn't caught up. But handshakes all round. That was one of the most thrilling games of cricket I've seen in World Cups. Over 40s and 50s. True captain's role there. Bowled his overs right at the end. And England win. By our records, England win by 3 runs. Let's just give you a little bit of a rundown there while the players shake hands and get a massive round of applause. You'll probably see that on the camera. Can you pan round to see them going off? Can you pan round to see them going off? Big round of applause there for the batsmen and the England fielders. Darren Stevens leading the line. So let's have a look at the final scorecard there. Australia 199 all out. Cosbeadle 64 off 83 balls. Jeff Hemmings 17 off 26 balls. Greg Hunt 15 off 24 balls. Justin Poole, the captain, 8 off 17 balls. Richie Wild, no runs off 2 balls. Luke Jackson played a fantastic innings, 34 off 71 balls. Danny Batra, 2 runs off 7 balls. Stephen Baker, 4 runs off 3 balls. Ryan Snape was there at the end, couldn't quite keep Darren Stevens at bay, who took a wonderful caught and bowled, 28 of 29 balls. Jamie Pinelli, 10 of 7 balls, was not out, and Andrew Downton, 1 not out of 2 balls. 16 extras, and the total was 199 by our records off the 45 overs. On the bowling side for England, Johnny Whiteman bowled 5 overs, no wicket for 28 runs. George Brooksbank, 4 overs, no wicket for 8 runs. Ben Fraser, 7 overs, 1 wicket for 28. Justin Bishop, 5 overs, 1 for 20. Steve Naylor, 8 overs, 2 for 37. He bowled well. Mohamed Akhtar, 3 for 38. He took wickets at vital times. And Darren Stevens, 2 for 33 off 9. Showed the class that he has at the end. So England win, and that takes them with the 2 points to the top of Group A. I think that from us concludes the best 90 overs I've seen in this World Cup so far, and we'd like to wish you all a very happy evening from South Africa, and we'll look to see you on Sunday when England play Canada, if you're following England, and I believe Australia plays Zimbabwe. So until then, thank you and good night.
the losing team. So that's fantastic performance. That's yours. Oliver. At the end of the match, Gary Clark of England, 65 and 87 goals. That concludes our Over-40s Super World Cup journey. Round 4 is in hand. Thanks, Tuggle, work hard, and we look forward to it again soon. Thank you. Good night.